It would be cool. Yeah, it looks nice. That looks nice. Yes, it looks nice.
Let's get back to the one that we really need to worry about. That's this one. Here in the near future, I'm going to be like changing the name of the stream and where is it? There we are. Clear chat. Chat has been cleared. So close that down. That up. Keep that up. And maybe we'll just hang around since we've already been streaming for a little while. We're just going to hang out here for a little bit, start a little early. Maybe some people will show up. See if there's anybody out there. Probably not, because as I've said before, people don't come here to watch our game. People come here to watch a shit show in action. Here's the paste. Chew. Seventh day of cold even. Welcome, everybody. If there is anybody. We are here. We are here. We hope you will hang out with us. Just checking out some new stuff. Thought we'd get on a little early, see if anybody comes in to hang out with us and chat. Hopefully, the tweet went out so everybody knows. Hopefully, our players know. At least two of them do, I know. Well, three. I know Paviskro, once again, is probably not going to make it. But hopefully, he will. I am still. Oh, I am still here. You'll get there. I was happy when I hit 100, man. I was like so stoked. I was like, I can I can finish now. My life is complete. I have 100 followers. Be nice to have 1,000 subscribers. Extra 4 grand a month. Imagine how many subscribers Critical Role had to make $9 million in a year. That's fucking crazy. I see. Well, they actually did got a lot better with their visuals because, um, yeah, it is a lot of theater of the mind, but whenever they have those scenes or those times when it's like a plot point combat shit like that, they come out with some really good stuff. Um, what? Yeah, I can hear you. Because you're talking. Oh, got it. Anyway, when their first season was awesome. Second season was good. I haven't caught up. I only got to like 5 episodes of season 3 so far, and they're like at episode 16, whatever. So I got a lot of catching up. The storyline is really going good, and Mercer is really really good at creating stuff. But now it's literally a production, you know, and that's how they're making their money. They don't even do their stream live anymore. They record it and then they put it out on Thursday, the same as they always did. And so I imagine they still have live moderators and whatnot that interact with the people, and who knows, maybe even some of the actors and stuff interact with the Twitch chat and whatnot. But none of it's live. It's all pre-recorded because they've just blown up so big. So, but I do like it just because I love how they get into their characters. I love how they interact. But to me, again, a lot of it is like, oh boy, how often do you have players just sort of stop and start talking to one another and talking about their backstories and stuff? And I imagine there are games out there that people do that, but I've never experienced it. You know, and backstory is important when it comes to the plot and stuff like that. But usually, I haven't seen it as much with players in my games interacting with one another, and that's part of the role play. Usually the role play is me interacting some shopkeeper or something else in the game. It's not character to character, but it's kind of cool to watch. But as time goes on, I start to wonder how much of it is scripted. Oh, during tonight's game, you guys are going to have this talk, and I have no doubt it's not like typed out or anything, but it's sort of set like, oh, don't forget tonight's game at a certain point, you guys are gonna go off and have your little talk and discuss things and shit like that, right? Which makes for great story, but I've just never seen it in a game. So again, sometimes I wonder how much of it is contrived. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why if I ever start gaming at the house again, I want to get a big table and I'm going to put a big ass flat screen TV in it, and that's going to be our table. and then I can put the miniatures or the maps onto the TV that's laying horizontal, so you can put your minis on top of that, right? So have a table like that. I think that'd be cool. That's my dream table. Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to have to open anything on the gate tonight. It's all online, which is kind of cool. Yeah, that was. Mm, oh, we're in cold even now, aren't we? We are. Yeah. Oh, should be okay. Do-do-do. Mm. Cool, cool, cool. People starting to show up. Hope you'll hang out with us for the next 10 minutes or so as we get settled. It's been a couple weeks since we streamed. Appreciate anybody that's coming in a little early. Like I said, I hope you hang out with us for a little bit. Just going through some mic checks. Did a little bit of other stuff earlier. If you were here, if you swung on by, you saw that I was taking a look at some of the new layouts that I want to download. Looking to consolidate my two games at least into one theme so I can just have Both games running off it. A little bit of a challenge just because of the fact that there's different players and et cetera, et cetera. So I would have to create two different live versions, but I think I could get it done. But anyway, hopefully you guys will hang out with us. We're going to be going live here, officially live. I know we're already live technically, but we're officially going to kick off the game here in about 10 minutes or so. So stick around. Go get yourself your favorite beverage of choice, favorite snack of choice. I am currently sitting here with my much needed Polar Pop from BP, my Coca-Cola, and my Doritos. Hopefully you have something a little more entertaining to drink than I do. And hopefully our players remember that tonight's game night. If not, it's just going to be me and Monkey, and we're going to tear shit up. Because that's just how we roll. So, hey, we have the most important guy, the guy that gets us through the woods alive. He's here. And we have Nilo. She is here. Hey, Jay, thanks, dude. Appreciate that very, 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 very much. Lord Kasumba just re-upped and subscribed. Thanks, boss. Appreciate that. As always. Hey man, while you guys are here, let me know when you guys are out on stream. If you're actually out on stream, I want to show you one of the new layouts that I was looking at. It's not quite what I want. I really want to find something that's more medieval thematic. Red color. Hey Jay, how you doing, boss? Appreciate you swinging on by. What's that? Oh yeah. I'm gonna check out the. So I have.
Chevron, um,
Or BattleTech.
BattleTech, yeah, Shadowrun, Warhammer.
I did.
Let's get back to business here. Appreciate everybody that's coming in a little bit early. I did start streaming a little early because I was playing with those. I wanted to see what they look like out on the stream. Then we get back to my old fugly ugly one that I created here. Sort of created. I took all the imagery and stuff and just sort of plastered my garbage on top of it. But so yeah, I hope you guys will hang out with us tonight. Got a good game coming up for you. Hope everybody has or is having a good spring break. I only took a few days of spring break, and yeah, it rained all 3 days. Rain, thunderstorm, and usually about 7 to 8 at night we got the tornado alerts. So yeah, sunny Florida. Whoever created that, welcome to the Sunshine State. That dude should be fired. I have no idea who he is, but he should be fired. So anyway, we'll be kicking up. Yeah, I know, right? I never said it was the truth. It's sunny sometimes. And of course, it's funny because we checked out. I tried as hard as I could. I could only get 3 days at our resort. They didn't have any other rooms open or available. But they did say when you check in, hey, just see us every day, and if we can squeeze you in an extra day or two or whatever, we'll do what we can. If somebody cancels or just something happens. And of course it never did. So we weren't able to extend, but we left Wednesday morning and it was like 78 degrees and not a cloud to be seen anywhere. And my wife just started crying because then like yesterday was the same thing, 80 degrees and clear, rain in the afternoon, but in the morning time and stuff when we would be at the pool or the beach or whatever, that's when she likes to go. And of course it just didn't play nice for us. So yeah, so now I'm trying to plan our next vacation where I actually take a week in June to go out to Vegas, go out there and hang out for a few days and stuff. So anyway, what? I put them in the fridge. I know. I just don't want it to melt. Don't yell at me. They haven't been in there long enough to freeze yet, so I got my wife some M&Ms and I put them in the refrigerator so they won't melt and stuff, and she doesn't like it because hard chocolate, I guess. But I'm like, they're peanuts. It's not like they're like solid chocolate and stuff. So anyway, see, we got everybody here, man. All my players remembered tonight's game except for Adam. So it looks like Praviskro. I know. He did sort of forget. He's like, games tonight? Well, I have to work early in the morning. I just want to send out reminders about how excited I am that we're getting ready to stream. So you know what? It's not you guys. It's the audience that we play for. They are the reason that keeps bringing me back. So and you guys are fun. So we'll be getting kicking off here in just a second, maybe like give or take a minute or so, and then we'll kick this thing off. I want to welcome everybody as you start filtering your way in. Hopefully we'll get a good show on tonight. No craptastic stuff or anything like that. I was having issues earlier, but I bailed on my I have Bluetooth headset, which is weird. Well, earphones, I should say, earbuds. It's weird because I could listen to the music and everything streaming through OBS, but as soon as somebody got on with me on Discord, it switched over to Discord, and that's what I was listening to. I wasn't able to hear anything audio-wise through the stream. So I'm like, damn, man, these earbuds only... I'm like, I'm connected to my computer. Why am I not hearing all sounds? But it's like the only app that it would connect to was Discord, which is fine. But a lot of times I like to hear what's going on the stream or whatever the case may be. And yeah, I couldn't. So, but anyway, let's, what do you say we kick this thing off? Are you ready to go? Ragnar, you with us? I know you're sitting there silently. You haven't said anything, but I see you're there. Trying to sign. Oh, let me yep, I'm going to send it to you right now. Yeah, so I just sent it to you. I just sent it to you, Spartan, in a private message. If that doesn't work, let me know and I'll just go out to the game and I can reset it. But in the meantime, let's get this stream started. Welcome everybody as we kick off tonight's episode of Perrenland Adventures. And we made it back live. Hello, everybody. As I said before, welcome to another episode of Perrenland Adventures. I am Sean, your host, bringing you together with the finest gamers that the interwebs has to offer when it comes to 5th edition game playing. Critical Role got nothing on us because we are the epitome of a shit show. And I will say it to my dying breath. I know that's why you guys come here. For all you streamers out there to come here to watch our stream, you come here to make yourselves feel good about yourself because you're like, at least we're not that stream. But I don't care what brought you here. I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you will stay with us as we continue our trek through the country of Perrenland, which is a northern country bounded by mountains within the Greyhawk, or the Greyhawk setting. Thank you. Yes. Words are hard. So just got back from spring break. Bear with me. I'll try to figure this thing out. As always, I want to remind everybody we're here every single Monday night, 7:30, same time, same channel, just a different group of players. First edition, if that's your thing, which I know a lot of people are. Old school gaming, man. It's you can't beat it. But of course, every other Friday you can catch us here for our 5th edition game, both set in the world of Greyhawk. Just like I said, different set of players, different game editions. My first edition game is looking for a replacement player. Just want to put that out there if you're interested, and you can commit your Monday night evening, 7:30 Eastern time. Yeah, come along and join us. I just lost my magic user because work or life or something like that, which is awesome. At least he's able to play this game when he can make it. But right now we have one magic user in the group, and unfortunately I don't want to keep NPCing him, so hopefully we can get somebody kind of join us. So if you're interested, if you like first edition, reach out to us, hit our Discord, hit me up however you can find me over on Cannon Fire. You can find me on our Discord channel over on Perrenland Adventures. You can, I don't know, hit me up on Twitch or whatever the case may be. Twitter, hit our Twitter. If you follow the stream, obviously you know that we get tokens as we watch, as you interact in the stream. The more interaction you do, the faster tokens arrive. And you can trade those tokens in to help our players out. You can give them a natural 1 or a natural 20. Just trade those tokens in. Let us know which player it's going to, or if you want to donate it to your humble DM, we will be more than happy to accept whatever gift you have to offer, particularly nat 20s. We do like those. But yeah, the only stipulation is you have to give that award to the players prior to them needing it. So like if they're in the middle of combat and they get hurt, but they say, hey, but if I wouldn't have got hit, I wouldn't have got hurt. And then you give them a nat 20 for a save or a nat 1 to change a rollout or whatever the case may be. It won't work that way, so please do so prior to them needing it. But we'll work that logistics out as it goes. But if you don't know who you want to give it to, just say, hey, this is for the party, and let the party work it out. And I do know that the party does enjoy having their nat 20s, and it has saved their butts a few times. The other thing that we also have, don't forget, for a few more tokens, if you want to trade them in, you as a audience member can interact, and you can actually roll the dice for one of our players. We have that capability. So if you want to trade that in and you tell me you want to roll the dice for, I don't know, Nilo, the next die roll that Nilo has, you as a person out in chat will get to roll for them. We have that capability where you just run the script in the chat and it'll roll the dice on our VTT, and all is right with the world. So yeah, hopefully some folks will start taking advantage of that. If not, we can just turn it off. Totally okay. Doesn't matter. Just another opportunity for you to become engaged with this game. So anyway, if you haven't clicked that follow button, please do so. Little alarm bell thingy alert you. Go follow us over on Twitter. Every time we go live, I send out a tweet, and usually I give you heads up. My players were just berating me because I was bombarding them in Discord, reminding them that it's game day. Or it's 2 days of game day or 3 days of game day or whatever. Just it doesn't matter. You know, we will let you know when the game is, so you won't have to miss it. But the easiest way, obviously, is to click that follow button. And if you really want to show the love, hit that subscription button. We don't do it for the money, but whatever we do get on here goes right back into the stream, helps us pay for licensing of our VTT. It helps for some of the things that we're trying to get to make the stream a little bit better. So I'd appreciate all the love. Lord Kasumba leading the way. Thank you, sir, for the renewal of your subscription. It's hard to believe it's coming up on a year, man. It's like 10 months. So he is the man. So if you haven't gone over to his channel, check him out as well. And in fact, if you're into Greyhawk itself, go to the Twitch TV Teams channel. Greyhawk Creatives, where there's like a whole litany of streamers that do Greyhawk content in one way, shape, or another, whether it's gaming, whether it's just chatting, whether it's cartography like Anna Myers. I'm sure there's other stuff, painting minis and whatever the case may be. There's just a litany of folks you can go follow out there. So I encourage you to go to twitch.tv/team/Greyhawk Creatives and go check them out. So, but don't do that right now. We need you here to make sure that we get our players pushed off in the right direction. When last we met, players, you guys had returned to Traft to give your report to the Guild of Magi, and in doing so, you guys were then free to go about your business, and the next order of business you felt was to investigate this strange or old signet ring that you found in the mines when you were rescuing young Mina and her dwarven friend from the spiders in the Caves of Silence. And as you searched through the Library of Traft as well as the Traft Historical Society, you came upon bits and pieces of information about an old mining town in the lower foothills of the Klatspurs that had experienced a tragedy in the form of a massive cave-in that killed a lot of the miners. But the story didn't end there, and according to this book, it was a fictional book, but it was a historical fiction, so a lot of what you read and found inside apparently was based in fact, not just fiction. And although the cave-in for the mine was something horrific, even more horrific was what began to happen to the town of Vermeulen after that. And people began to disappear, and it got to the point where people just left on their own because they didn't want to be the next one to go. And apparently one of those people who left was a family by the name of Grossmilden, and the individual who belonged to this signet ring that you found was apparently of the Grossmilden family, and he or she, I believe you guys discovered, had left Vermeulen and went to nearby Christchurch in the mines in that area, where calamity struck once again, and apparently he lost his life, and the ring was left there. So hey, Valorious, man, how you been, dude? Thanks for the resub, man. That is pretty awesome, man. 10 months in a row. Nice. I appreciate it. It's interesting because Valorious just resubscribed for like 15 months, man. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. I think it's kind of interesting. Sidebar, sorry. I think that if you don't come in and like show your resubscription to the channel, like you can re-up a channel every month, but if you don't come in and show it, I think Twitch gets all freaked out, and when you show up, it'll do it once for every month that it's been since you've been here. Don't quote me on that, but I just looked and saw Valorious just renewed for his 10-month subscription. Again, thank you for that. Every little penny helps, and we appreciate all of the support. But yeah, man, I just think that it's weird. It's just totally weird. But hey, don't forget, Valorious, I do have an opening in my first edition game. Just saying, every Monday night, got an opening. Valorious was one of our original players. Unfortunately, he got scooped up in a way for things that he was unable to avoid, and so we kicked him to the curb because we'll just let him go out there and be in the audience, right? And so show us the love from out there. But yeah, dude, if you're interested, I just put that out there. So anyway, our party discovered this signet ring belonged to this individual they apparently ran the mines in Vermeulen, and then this ancestor or predecessor or descendant, thank you, that's the word I'm looking for, this descendant of that family took the signet ring, and he began managing the mines near Christchurch. And of course the Caves of Silence had a calamity as well, and the mine was shut down, and apparently this individual lost his life, and that's where they found the signet ring. So the party, picking up on those clues and priming themselves to go, traveled overland until they came to a small little town. Oh, you know what I just realized? It's not going to show until I actually open it. That is pretty bizarre. There it is. So I'm going to put Perrenland up right now. So the party traveled all the way from Traft to this small community here called Vostren. And in the town of Vostren, they discovered a couple of old folks, an old dark-skinned man in his mid-90s who apparently was just a small child when all this stuff was going on. And then he met a half-elf girl, a flower seller, who also told stories of what they saw when they were growing up and what was going on as far as people gone missing. So this old fella, this bartender fella, asked you guys to place flowers upon his wife's grave and see if you could retrieve a locket for him while you were going there. Since you're going there anyway, he says he left his locket in a tree. His wife apparently died at the base of a tree, and so she and he used to sit underneath that tree together, and so he left his locket there at this tree, but she is buried in the graveyard of the town of Vermeulen, and so he asked that you guys, when you get there, place flowers upon her grave while you're investigating, right? So sort of this is our version of a side quest. And so you guys then traveled up into the hills, into the cold north of the Klattsburg Mountains, and you have arrived at the small former mining community of Vermeulen. Now, all was not right as you guys arrived. As you could see, the leafless trees of the village stand in stark contrast, their dark bark standing in stark contrast to the cloudy skies and the grayish scene that sort of everything is pale. The colors are all sort of seem to be washed out. There is a light mist that sort of floats along the ground everywhere. And as I said, as you guys were coming, the clouds sort of are thick and overcast, although there's no precipitation falling in the form of snow, rain, or anything else. It is very cloudy. The wind blows the occasional gust, but for the most part, the wind is silent. The leaves are dried and brittle, mixed with the snow and the hard packed earth as you guys moved through the town. And as you did, weird things began to happen as you heard something or you see something and you turn to look and it's gone, or the hairs on the back of your neck rise up as you feel that you're being watched as you look over your shoulder. A couple of occasions you stopped and sort of twirled quickly to see if you could catch who or what it was that was looking at you, but to no avail. You found nothing. Even one time, Desmond noticed as Paviskro kind of turned his head to look over, Paviskro had sort of this red glow to his eyes, and it just sort of faded as he turned his head away, and you guys began arriving together where we are now, in the town of Vermeulen, on the 7th, let me check that, the 7th day of Cold Even, common year 586. As you stand now looking at the graveyard of the town, as described, you can see there are headstones on many of the graves that are toward the front where you are now. But as the graveyard began to get filled, you can see toward the back, the graveyard itself is actually a lot of, it looks like they were quickly dug, as if there were many graves done at once, and you can see that it wasn't done with the tender loving care that perhaps some other graves may have been set, made, and filled, because there's big mounds of dirt are still covered up over the top. As many years as it's been, there's still this sort of eerie looking mounds of dirt where the grass has begun to grow over it. But you can see that, as I said, the beginning it looks normal, but as the more what you would project as a timeline of, as the town got older, as time went on, they began filling, the next row and the next row and the next row. But the last rows and stuff just seemed to be haphazardly filled, as if they were just like, geez, this is just so many. We just want to go ahead and get them taken care of. The only other thing of note that you guys did see from this vantage point is over here on the top end of the map, you see an old cart that is sort of half tipped over on its side. Looks like it's been there a little while. There is no remains of a horse or anything, that whatever it was that was pulling this cart. But that is the scene, and that is where we are going to leave off tonight. do we want to go from here? So some of the, I should say, and I know just for recap purposes, but I know you guys may not have remembered, as you were walking through town, there were a few structures, although most of the structures in town have mostly collapsed, or at least the roofs have been collapsed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a few structures in town that appear to have remained fairly upright. Obviously, here in the northern side of town, there's a large mansion that, although it is broken down and worn, and you see vines and grass and stuff growing up along the edges, and it's an unkept lawn, the building itself is obviously if somebody of means owned it at one time. Some other structures over on the left-hand side of town, including over in this area, appear to be perhaps an old tavern or something. As an old two-story, although the upper floor appears to be mostly collapsed. The downstairs appears to be at least in decent shape, if you guys were to investigate. And then, of course, all the other buildings. There's like a ton of buildings in town that you guys walk right past should you show desire to go investigate. So there's a lot that can be done depending upon what you want to do. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot about the hirelings because I haven't really thought about them as being part of the game. So we will just, yeah, they're not people. Yeah, and I completely forgot. Monkey made tokens for them, but I never did upload them. So, I will definitely get that done after tonight's game. That'll be my first priority, is to get you guys those tokens. Yep. So let me do this then. So I can go, and let us go. Because you are a ranger, we'll do one. Actually, you've got fighters, right? Yeah. Yep. So, but I'm going to do 3 different tokens. And we'll just do this guy. Why didn't he drop? Did I drop on top of somebody? Yeah, I did. All right, so there are your 3 individuals there at the top, and I let them, you can see they're green. That means they're full hit points. So I'll just leave them over there for you to, if you're 3 guys, and just assume the dogs are with them. So anyway, yeah. So back to the story at hand, as you guys are sort of overlooking this graveyard kind of a scene, wondering what's up. So there are many tombstones here. Like I said, where you guys are is the early part of the grave, and then down here on the southern end is where all the newer ones are. But you can see that all of the headstones, at least from what you're looking at, man, stuck in my throat. All of the headstones that you guys are looking at, you can see have well carved out names, dates of birth and death, as might be seen on any other headstone. But they're typical, they're just plain stone, right? They're not like fancy or anything like that. They're all fairly similar in shape and size. They just all are carved out fairly well. But as you get toward the back, you see a lot of them. They've got headstones, markers, but there's no names on them, etc. and stuff. So Okay, so as you, yeah, the well, yeah, so well, it depends on what you're looking for. To be honest, there are obviously the family. Yeah, the one you're looking. Her name was Lorna. Not sure if you guys ever got her last name, but her name was Lorna Gross Venor. It wasn't the name of the Gross Milden family, but Gross Venor is the lady's name, who was the wife of the bartender that you guys. Lucas was the bartender you guys met. Tall, aging, dark-skinned fellow, who was the bartender slash owner of the tavern you guys visited in Vostrin. So if that's the one you want to look for. However, as you are looking, Nilo, you do see there are a few gravestones dedicated to Gross Milden. Typical things, beloved wife, beloved, father, beloved grandfather, etc., etc. And they're up toward the front. So they are fairly old. And as you guys work your way back, you also find some Gross Milden names, but they just have like their first and last name and a date. And it's easy for all of you to see that probably the last 30 to 35, maybe even 40 if you were to count them, headstones all have the same date scrawled on them. Some don't even have the whole thing like charred in, like carved into. It's like they were just scratched really quick just so that they could have a date on them. It's almost as if whoever was doing them didn't have time to finish the headstones, and they just did it so quickly and just enough to carve in just slightly, but not as finely or as intricately as the earlier. So it sort of leads to a whole bunch of people died or whatever very quickly. But give me a investigation check, please. Let's go with Desmond. Go ahead and give me a investigation check. So as you're walking through, and as I said, you note the same thing that I've discussed with respect to the tombstones or headstones. I mean, you find one that you are looking for, a headstone that is one of the earlier of those where they happened recently at the time of the calamity. So as I said, you have this normal progression of normal people dying over the course of many years, and all of a sudden you have just a slew of 30 or 40 people dying very quickly over a very short period of time. And this is one of those headstones, although apparently it's one of the first few because it is carved as any other headstone might. It just isn't. It hasn't been here as long, so there's not a lot of wear and tear on it. But you can see that the headstone says Lorna Grosvenor, beloved of Lucas, forever my heart. Lorna Grosvenor, beloved of Lucas, forever my heart. Not sure what you guys want to do with that, but there it is. Want to welcome everybody out there. Wiley Hobbit, man, thanks for showing up, dude. I appreciate it. So you're going to do. Okay. Okay. You place the flowers upon the grave. Everybody give me a wisdom saving throw. Everybody. Yeah. Hang on a second. No, it did not. Oh, yeah, it did. Tarikas did. Yeah, it just didn't roll the dice. It doesn't roll the dice. It just rolled. Dang, a 21. Look at you. All right, so I'm going to roll for Perviskronos. Yep, I am going to do one now for Perviskro. Saving throw. So, you guys put the flowers down and you feel this surge of wind sort of come up out of nowhere, and it sort of goes up under your armor, up across underneath against your bare skin. You feel this chill wind, and that grows warm as it goes up, and it's almost like a sigh as it exits out your neck area, whatever the opening is around the top of your shirt or armor or whatever. It sort of rises, passes across your skin and away. It's almost as if a sigh, but you could almost feel it like somebody breathing on you as a sigh, and as I said, it flows up under your armor and out the top around your face, literally making your hair blow just ever so slightly, as if somebody was standing next to you blowing on your ear. And then it is gone. Yeah, you're not sure where it came from, but it started at the ground level and it just sort of seeped its way into you. Ragnar feels absolutely nothing. Ragnar's just standing there like, dump flowers on a grave, what next? But everybody else sort of felt this, and it's almost as if, like I said, it's almost like you heard a sigh coming from whatever it was, and then it dissipates and is gone as quickly as it appeared. Yeah, give me a religious check. A religion check. Yep. Not that a priest would know anything about. Look at that roll. Nicely done. I like your dice, man. I like that color. Yes, it is. That was a nice roll. I like the dice, man. It's pretty cool. How come you don't have it? Oh, you rolled you rolled a 14 plus 4. Okay, cool. No. Why did you get plus 2 plus 2? Okay, whatever. So you have heard stories, Tarikas, of spirits that linger in this world waiting for somebody to accomplish some task that lets them go. They're here for a reason, not really sure what that reason may be. A lot of times it's hate and anger. A lot of times it could be love, like mothers and fathers staying around because their children are still here and they're worried about their children, etc. But you have heard of such things happening, and you think this could be something like that, like there was a spirit lingering here for some reason, and merely the act of you placing those flowers on the grave released the spirit. You did not. Yeah, Desmond's the only one that saw the strange eyes, Paviskro's strange eyes. Everything around you, there's something off. As you look, as I said, even now, as you guys stand there, you feel like you're being watched. And as you turn to look, You see Desmond walking across the crunch of the snow beneath his boot as he arrives at this fallen, looks like an old house of some kind, but the walls have, for the most part, collapsed. The roof above is pockmarked and hold, as if the dogs are just sort of sitting there with the attendants, being quiet. Yeah. What about it? Does not appear to. His eagle. Well, they would definitely be able to sense. I would think that would definitely be an indicator. If an animal sensed that there was something different about their master, so that would definitely be. Okay. 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 So give me just a second. I'm going to do a. Um. Yep. Go ahead. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. So we're going to see if we can't do this on him. Let's do light. It's a little too. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make that a little. Let's see. Basic, light, nation 9, advanced. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. All right, so hang on just a second, guys. Anybody else out there besides Agamarin not hearing the players? Go ahead and talk, guys. How come nobody said anything until Agamarin? Let's. Oh, so now they tell me, yeah, okay. All right.
Now it's flooding in. The class has realized that the teacher has
Yep.
listened to it for a while.
All right, now you should be able to hear them. So we've been talking for like half an hour and nobody has said anything. There we go. See?
They can hear us now.
Oh, yeah.
Can you hear
I don't
me?
know. Yeah, so you know what happened? Remember when I had my old headset on, Monkey? When I
Oh,
had
it
my
set it
earbuds
at
on?
the old. It's
It
left
set
it
it
at
back
the
to
old.
default, and so it wasn't detecting anybody's sound coming through the audio output. So yeah, so this is what I said. How many times have I told you? So Agamer, you should know by now. You're here every game. Wiley, you're here, occasionally, so maybe you may have forgotten. We are here to put on as creative a shit show as we possibly can. So we know you don't come here for the gaming, you don't come here for the excitement or the entertainment. You just come here to see how crappy is this stream going to be. So I will feel so much better about my stream. So I think that's why people come in to watch us, but that's okay. But thanks, Agamer, and I appreciate it, dude. I had, as I explained earlier, I have a set of wireless earbuds, and for some reason, I could talk on Discord, and when everybody left the Discord channel, I could hear everything on the stream, but when they came back on Discord, the stream stuff, I didn't hear anything, so I didn't know what the hell was going on. So rather than even muck with it, I just bailed on them and went back to my old headset like these. But when I did so, OBS, when I turned off those headphones, it automatically flipped to default, and it didn't recognize where everything had to go. So yep, that was me again, but that's okay. This is why we do this, because someday I'll remember how to do things and not screw it up. But anyway, I have put a halo, a rather bright halo, around our cleric, Tarikas, and so that is the 30-foot range. Now, how long does that last, did you say?
That lasts for 10 minutes, as long as I'm concentrating. And I don't know which grave we were at, so
Where what?
He's
I don't
wondering what
remember.
Where
grade
you are.
I
you're
was
at.
gonna be
Where
next to the grave when he put the flowers down.
Oh, so you guys are like, it was right here where you guys are. So, ooh, why does Nilo have the light around her too? That's pretty weird. Sorry.
I have a light too.
Yeah, it's like when I click on you, it's, well, you
Oh.
should have one, Ragnar, because you got the 10-foot, right? But I'm just wondering, oh, Nilo, she has the infravision, that's why. But I just put the halo around Tarikas so that we all know where he can sense. So that's where he can sense. So I'm going to go ahead and move you back over there. So this is where we are when you first did it. All right, so now where do we wish to go? Desmond, if you notice, also along with your 3 henchmen, I added 2 dogs, one big, one small, so you know there's 2 different dogs.
That helped
Heads up,
immensely.
they were red, so they might be enemies. You might not be able to touch them.
Oh, I thought you were about to say they were red shirts.
No,
We can make them red shirts.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to, I will control them and move them and whatnot. We don't have to worry about that. But in the future, we will make sure that we get your additional guys
No
added
problem.
correctly. So, all right. Yeah. All right, guys. Where to now? So if you guys have returned the flowers, I know, Desmond, if you wanted to continue to where you were, I can move you, or you can move yourself back over to the house that you were examining and whatnot.
Actually, I was trying to back away from the group because I didn't know what was going on with the whirlwind
Gotcha.
and the flashing eyes and stuff.
Gotcha.
I was
Okay.
watching the group, not the house.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, you guys now stand in the graveyard after this strange effect has overcome all of you, except for Ragnar. Ragnar's looking around dumbfoundedly, like, well, he's not looking around, he's just sort of standing and moving his head. For those that don't know, Ragnar is blind, but he has 10-foot blind sight, so he can see anything within 10 feet. But you did not feel anything. You hear your party members talking about whatever it was. But where do we want to go to now?
So what are you guys talking about? Some sort of spirits.
Yes,
Okay.
brother. There's spirits around. I sense at least a feeling of this sensation that was coming from the grave or the ground, or yes.
I reiterate, isn't that normal in a graveyard?
Well, It's
Not
not
like
normal
this.
in a true graveyard, but maybe an active graveyard. It may be normal.
Hmm. Are we in danger?
I'm not sure, but I
I would
would
assume
like
so.
to walk around a moment while I'm in my trance.
And you said it lasts for how long?
It lasts for 10 minutes, brother.
10 minutes? Okay.
I'm gonna put my dragon on his shoulder to alert me if anything happens. I'm gonna keep trying to find the grave that this the gravestone that this ring may belong to, like the direct like either the parents of this man or the wife of this person.
Okay. Like I said,
I'm keeping an eye out,
okay.
watching the group mostly, but also looking for anything else that might come in towards the group. And if he keeps calling people brother, I'm going to wait for Hulkamaniacs to bust out of one of these houses.
Okay.
Is that where
Give
he just
me.
busts out and suplexes the cleric?
We are all
I think
blessed
so.
in the eyes of St. Cuthbert.
I'm waiting for the Kool-Aid guy to come bursting through.
Hey,
Oh
good!
yeah!
Oh, yeah!
Oh yeah!
Listen, if
As
you
long as
wanted
there's
to
a
do that,
Jim Jones flavor aid.
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
no,
If
the
that Albert
scary
could come
part.
out. Hello?
Hey, Albert.
listen, Sean,
Alright.
if you wanted to do that, you send an iron golem at us that's made out
you
of
go.
like really crappy like hardened glass and plastics.
That'd be
No,
awesome.
the scary part about Kool-Aid Man is the fact that there's a whole entire comic series about him fighting the thirst.
Nice.
Yes, there is.
It's
All right. Let's get back to the game here because there's people out there that are paying good money to see this.
is
At
it
least
that exactly what they're
there's a
paying
few
for?
Yeah, yeah.
I
They're
thought they were
paying,
paying for a train wreck,
paying for
Sean.
this
That's
shit
what-
show. So first of all, before you go, I mean, you can keep moving yourself around. I will let you know anything, Tarikas. Nilo, go ahead and give me another investigation check.
Got an
You want me to
11.
go ahead and keep moving then?
Yeah, so you can move yourself where you want to go. Nilo, as you sort of watch Tarikas walk over, right here, you find a headstone with the Grossmilden name on it. Anna Grossmilden, and you can see that it, as well as some of the others that are on the early period of the town going kaput, has fully inscripted on it, has her name and her date of death, and her date of death is probably about a week later than some of the other ones. You're not sure how, like, the first calamity that happened was the mine collapsing, and then shortly thereafter people started disappearing and going crazy and all this other stuff. And apparently a bunch of people died based on the burial mounds that you guys see here in this graveyard. This one appears to be one of the earlier ones that occurred, because, like I said, it's got a fully fleshed out headstone. But you can see its beloved mother, beloved wife. Doesn't say who beloved mother of or beloved wife of. It just says beloved mother and beloved wife. But again, it is a Grossmilden, so probably a matriarch of the family, perhaps. So perhaps it was the wife. You know that the boy who took the signet ring with him was a younger child of the Grossmilden family, so perhaps this is his mother, but that's speculation. But again, that's the only one that you see
And
recently. There, toward the front of the graveyard, there are 3 or 4 different Grossmildens that are like from a few, like 10 years earlier or 5 years earlier, and as well as some that go even further back than that. So it looks like, parents, lived and died here, and their kids lived and died here. A couple of generations of family that are toward the front of the graveyard.
all right, would you remind me what exactly the apparition said when he asked us to find the ring?
He just said to return the ring to his family. So
To the family. Okay.
that
So
would be taken as finding somebody who's still alive, perhaps if possible, and returning it to the family. Other things could be returning it to
the family home.
the family home or the grave of the family or something like that. But the first
Gotcha,
instinct
okay.
was, first instinct that you got the feeling was that returning it to the family. So find somebody who didn't die here that he might be related to, and return it to them.
It sounds like all the gross Mildens are dead, though. It sounds like they all died out, and
He didn't.
that's what the records. Well, that's what the records showed was that there was no other gross Mildens.
Well, as far as you know, right? So it's quite possible. Again, that book was a book of fiction, although based on historical fact.
I thought they were looking at actual records too.
Well, you did, and that's how you found out about the young Grossmilden boy who took over as running the mines, right? But it's quite possible that he had other family members here that just escaped, right? And maybe just they don't know about it yet, so maybe it's just a matter of finding out who was in the family, how many family people there were, and who may have gotten away. If you search all these grave sites and you don't, and there's, let's say you have a list of, oh, here's all the family that lived here. Oh, we only found these graves, so there's 1 or 2 or 3 people missing. Maybe that would give you a lead to go on to find.
Gotcha. I don't think we made a list.
No, you didn't. However, give me an intelligence check. Well, give me a history. Make it a history check.
Didn't Parvisco was the one that did the searching now?
No, that was me, but I wasn't here last session, so I don't know what I found.
Yeah, no, it was just basic stuff, right? So that's fine.
Hey.
So you are well aware, being in and out of the city, and most of you guys are, or at least probably in a similar vein, you understand that all towns keep records, particularly churches and small communities keep ledgers of births, deaths, weddings, baptisms, whatever special event may occur, they keep records. So it's quite possible that somewhere in this town there are records of, who lived here, who ran things, who is who, what's what, etc. It's like I said, it's quite possible. So you may be able to find in an old church here, or maybe in wherever the center of town, the town council held court. Maybe there were records and bookkeepings, etc., that sort of give an indication of who may have lived here and who may have died, or etc.
All right. None of these stones indicate indicate anything about who this man's mother or wife might have been. Perhaps we should look around for some records.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you have some place that you think might be a good place to start?
The big house on the hill for one, or was it a hill?
No,
the
it's
large
not a hill.
house.
It's just in the center of the town. There's a huge, worn out and leafless oak tree. It's sort of knotted, a knotted oak tree right there in the center of the plaza. You could tell that was probably a central focal point of town, and there's a little circular road running around it. And then right at the head of town is a large mansion. It's like a 2-story.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, there's that large mansion for one. It could have been a building estate, or it could have been the home, one of the two. Either way, it might hold records that will tell us who, for example, the son was that left, and use that to find others. Maybe compare to see if any of the family survived.
So, what now?
I've moved, I'm waiting for the rest of the group to join me. Hopefully.
And did I end up finding anything useful?
No, I'm sorry. No, as you've been walking around, you don't find anything in the in the area for, it's only been going for 2 or 3 minutes, but this whole graveyard area, you don't detect anything strange or evil within 30 feet of you.
Well, looks like this graveyard, I was wrong. Looks like this graveyard, there is no beings from the other worlds.
What
Maybe-
exactly does your spell do?
Well, I can detect Fae and ghosts and other stuff.
What are you eating?
An apple.
Okay. Well,
I pictured his character just munching away while trying to explain that to you.
yeah,
So
right,
it's fine.
right.
Listen, man,
Well, I mean,
eating
what
snacks is a part of the experience.
spells such as yours do very specific things. Perhaps that your spell was not designed to detect spirits, but more so something else.
Well, it can detect undead, and the spirit is undead last I checked. In my
Unless it's Fae.
book of St. Cuthbert.
You did detect evil, good and evil, not detect undead.
No, detect good and evil, that's what it detects.
Technically, I think. Wait, no, you're not a paladin.
It says, you know, if there is an aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you.
Okay, so that's just the spell name. All right, because
Right.
I'm hearing detect good and evil. I'm thinking good and evil alignment.
No.
Alrighty, well,
So as you guys are sort of standing there talking, you watch as Paviskro and oh my gosh, there's brain cramp. Our ranger, God man, I can't even, like, right on top of my right on
Desmond.
tip of my tongue. Yes, thank you. Didn't want to come out. Desmond have walked away as they're heading back toward in town.
Nyla will follow them. She doesn't want to let them get too far away without a third person for sure.
I'm also following, but I'm also looking back at the graveyard, just still
Okay.
perplexed by the experience that happened at the grave.
Okay.
After late.
So as you're walking, you notice that there are a few of the Gross Milden family names right here to where you're at, right here to the south of you. You can see there's like 4 of them, and they're all like almost within 2 or 3 days of one another.
I let the party know.
Thank you.
I take out an apple and go, hey, there's 2 more names here. And I think that has something to do with
Thanks, Creep. Appreciate the love, man. Hope you're feeling better.
They have something to do with our clues.
So the Gross Milden name is the one that belongs to the signet ring itself. So that makes it important from that standpoint. But as I said, you see there are 4 names, or 4 headstones, each one, filled out and partially scrawled. This is one of the ones that looks like it was like everybody dying at once or whatever was going on, and so they had all these headstones to make. And so these are some of the ones that are just partially sort of have their names and dates scrawled in, but they're all within 3 or 4 days of one another. You can see, and if anybody wants to write these down, you find the name Bathis, Syrah, Lena, and Artur. So those 4 names, Bathis, Syrah, Lena, and Artur, are the 4 Gross Milden names that you guys find on these headstones where you're at right now. And so that gives you an indication that there was a Gross Milden family here that died during this pandemic or whatever it was that caused all of these deaths in town. Deaths and disappearances, I should say. Yes, man, they are, darling. All your friends are here, and we've got a little bit of a horror shit show going on for you. So we spun this one up just for you. Glad you arrived just in time for them to check out the graveyard in the spooky, empty town where everybody disappeared and nobody knows what's going on. So then, anybody take notes for those? Because I am not going to repeat them later. Okay.
Yes, I wrote them down on
your
Discord.
apple before you ate it. Okay. Okay.
He's a drawing boy. He needs knowledge.
He does.
And now he opens his soda.
Dude,
Where did you get that dwarven beverage?
He's such a dick. All right.
In second edition, there was actually a magic
doesn't
item.
sound like Darling Creepshow. Are you kidding me? Darling Creepshow runs in the middle of some seriously spooky shit. Have you not watched her stream? Anyway, so what'd you say, Desmond?
I said in second edition, there's actually a magic creature that is a pop machine that spits out pop cans.
Nice. All right.
Old man.
So then, as you guys work your way back toward town.
And I shared the information with them as we're walking about the names and try to convince them and say, I really think there's something that has to do with those two.
Okay. It could be.
All right.
What were those two
Thank you.
specifically? Just the two.
Martha, Santis, Lima, and Archer.
I thought you said two. Isn't that like 4 people?
No,
Yeah,
there were
I thought
four.
like-
There were four. There were 4 gravestones there.
Yeah, but I
all-
found 2.
all- well, no, I should have said no. I'm sorry. My apologies. You saw all 4. My apologies. So they're
okay.
right where you're at. There's 4 side by side by side by side, 4 gravestones, and they're one of the hastily created headstones. But you can see the date on them, or within just a few days of one another. And by the way, the date is roughly 80 years ago, 80 years ago. So it's common year 506 that all this occurred. So if that gives you an indication.
And I said we might need to keep that in mind, as they may play an important part.
Yes.
Yes,
definitely.
it may. Yes, it may. Okay.
All right.
So you guys leave the graveyard as you begin to walk into town, or walk back to town. Let's bring our light source with us, so that way I can get everybody on the map. Oops, wrong thing. All right, so you guys move your way back into town. As I said, you see there's like houses here and shop houses there that have long since collapsed and begun to fall in. Right here in the center of the town, there is this large oak tree. It's a knotted oak tree with its arms or its limbs sort of twisted upwards, reaching to the sky. An empty, forlorn sky. As again, the mist continues to cover the ground. There is a circular or a circle running around the center of town. So that gives you guys indication that this is a sort of a gathering place, if you will, or a main part of town. The tree itself is all knotted in wood. It's got like this big, huge knot on it. Looks like squirrels or something may have made a nest out of it or whatever. But the mansion on the other side, you can see that the house itself remains in fairly decent shape. It's a grand 2-story brick house, obviously fallen prey to time and elements, etc., just like the rest of the village has, but it's in much better shape than some of the other smaller houses. It's got heavy wooden double doors leading into the front of the house. It's flanked by these dark windows You can see that there's chimneys that anchor the building at each corner. So there's 4 chimneys, one at each corner. But you can see that where it protrudes through the roofs and whatnot, the mortar has begun to crumble and partially collapse the upper reaches of the chimney itself. And like I said, in front of the house, it's got that huge, a wide leafless tree with gnarled branches sort of reaching up and twisting fingers toward the sky, etc. But even the tree itself, as sturdy as these old oaks are, you can see that it is weather worn and beat up, and it looks like it's been assaulted by insects and whatnot, as bits and chunks of its bark have been eaten away and tree eaten into, giving the entire place a sort of an unholy kind of just a weird icky vibe, for lack of a better term. It just have this weird vibe to the whole place. What next?
What do you think, Ragnar?
What? All the creepy stuff around?
Does it look like something that may be religious in nature?
We just walked out of a cemetery. What do you mean? You got to be more specific. I can't see what you're referring to.
The building.
Describe it to me.
It looks unholy.
What does that mean? Is there like weird black?
Tarikas, remember, he can't see the building.
Right.
He's blind.
What?
You
I
didn't
didn't
know
realize.
this?
I'm
Dude,
sorry, friend.
Seriously? You
I
have
didn't realize you were that blind. I realized that you could not see, but I didn't realize how bad it was.
Yeah, he can see see his hand and stuff in front, if I recall, but not much more.
How close are you, Tariq?
he's
Well,
like
I will
30 feet away
describe the
now.
building to you.
What was that?
Okay, you guys approach the building. You can't really see inside.
I
The windows are all
apologize.
darkened. What?
My worlds are getting crossed. I'm thinking he's the dwarf from First Edition.
You think I'm that dwarf? Do I look like easy?
I'm thinking you're the cleric from my First Edition game. Sorry.
You think
That's
I'm
why he's asking about religion.
You're asking your local fighter about religion.
Well, he thought you were the cleric.
I know, that's the joke.
And so, friends of the channel, I beseech you, put me out of my misery. This is what I
We
have
are the
to deal with
greatest
on a
gamers
weekly.
around.
This is, I'm telling you, creme de la creme. The cream is rising to the top as our players are exhibiting their mastery of Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. And I have to say that you guys never cease to keep me entertained. I gotta say that. This
Good.
is why it takes us like 15 sessions to get through a one-shot, because of this stuff. But that's okay. Totally okay. We appreciate it.
Go nice and slow.
Yes, this is what we look forward to. Exactly what Agamaran said. So then,
It's not about the journey, it's about the characters we met along
yes,
the way.
it is. It's all about the what the fuck did Monkey just say? With the apple in his
Was
mouth.
he calling my dwarf special? Because he thinks
Oh boy.
It's all right, man. It's good stuff. Good stuff, man. Appreciate it. All right, so you guys, you're approaching the mansion then. As I said, this is one of maybe 2 or 3 buildings in town that look relatively intact, even with the wear and tear of the weather and the age, and the lack of any attention to upkeep. Would cause any building to start to deteriorate and fall. But it does stand up much better than many of the other buildings. There's a couple other buildings in town that you guys saw that were similar, but this is by far the most magnificent as far as size and scope of buildings and stuff. So
That
it's a
dog
very
keeps throwing me off.
nicely fashioned 2-story mansion, and the upper floors appear to be intact as compared to some of the other places that have looked like they've collapsed. So
Well, if you'd like, I can go first.
Nah, I got it. Nyla's gonna walk in first.
okay.
I'm gonna take a perception first, though.
All right, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Check for traps, Schmoopy.
It's a lot easier than, say, Ragnar going to check for traps. He just gets
Yes.
shot by like
Oh,
an arrow.
hold on. That's the wrong one. I rolled a 10, yeah?
13 total,
Sorry.
yeah.
Well, no, hold on. I need to... That's the wrong character.
Oh, you rolled from your dragon. Gotcha. Someday,
That's just be a
Desmond,
flat...
as you look,
That's
so
a flat 10.
right here in the front of the house is where the double doors are, right? So you guys don't, you don't see anything. And what I am going to do right now is I am going to do I have the players on here? I do not. So give me just a second. Players. Get rid of Figley because he's not here.
Figgly D, Figgly Dumb.
Oops, apologize. I need to put you guys down here.
And thanks again, since the stream was muted, for that 20 you gave us.
Oh, yeah. So
Oh, yeah,
let
you
me...
probably never heard me saying thank you for it. Yeah.
No, I did. Yeah, exactly. So who
Iger.
The party.
Iger gave it to
The party.
the
He
party.
gave one to Monkey and then one to Party.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
It was the Party first, then Monkey second.
Okay.
Shows his order of preferred, probably.
Nat 20, party, nat 20. All right, gotta take my notes. Okay. So you guys find yourselves, as I said, standing outside this door that leads into, and you check it, and you find that there are no indications of any kind of traps or anything unusual at this door. So
I'm gonna cast a light spell on myself so I can see.
okay, let me...
As a cantrip.
There we go. As Monkey now has light, or as Tarikas now has a light spell glowing about.
Can you see
guys-
now? I'm just kidding.
Yep, as you're at the door, you can't go through the door. Although I know you guys can see through and stuff, and that's totally fine. I'm not sure what your view is, but just I didn't build walls into this thing. I think I just did doors. I might have done walls. Let me look and see real quick. Oh, I did do walls.
Yeah, and I can't move him through. I'm trying to move my dragon in.
I like it. So the door you find is closed. It does not appear to have any locks on it. But it is, the weather does have it sort of swollen in its frame, and the door is sort of solidly stuck. So it will take a little bit of a athletics check to open up the door. Whoever wants to try to open the door.
All right.
Ragnar.
Oh.
Or the barbarian. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I'll let the complete strength build open the door. Ragnar, over here. There's a door here. Can you open it, please?
I'm gonna try the door.
As
to
you
see
move
if it's
over
unlocked.
toward her voice, you come to a door. As I said, it's a solid set of double doors.
I'm gonna assist him for that sweet advantage.
Okay.
Do I need to roll a check, or do they just
Yeah,
move?
I need an athletics check with advantage.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness for advantage. 23 as oof, it takes a second as you're straining against the door, but finally you just give it the old heave-ho and you slam into it, bursting it free from its hinges and or it's being stuck. Whatever the muck and grime and everything that were holding it in place sort of fall away, and you're able to then finally pull the door open. Its old rusted hinges creak loudly as you step in, and you can see just on the other side a wide hallway foyer. Dust covers everything in this wide hallway. Moth-eaten cloaks hang from hooks along the left-hand wall. To the left and the right, hallways branch off into the darkened gloom. Ahead of you, a stairway leads up to the second floor, and there is a door that stands beneath the stairs, seemingly leading to the backyard.
So there's a wall at Nylo's token.
What?
There's a wall at Nylo's token. I can't go through it. Right above her.
Hang on just a second and let me see what happened here. There should not be.
I was trying to get in to get a better look at the stairs. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
No,
There's
I
wall
can't
there.
move it.
There you go. Now you moved it.
I can't go any further forward.
Yeah, there's a wall there. Because,
Okay. All right. So is
yes.
that the stairs then?
So as you can see, there's the stairs are on the right. They go up to a landing and then they go up to the left, right? So you're walked right into a wall up there, but you can see that there is underneath the stairs. It doesn't show it there, but there is a door leading outside to the back door, or to the back outside.
Yeah. This grayscale really fucks with me.
Yeah. Wah wah wah.
What does this room look like that we're in?
It's literally a foyer. So over here on the left,
No picture?
You guys should be in the. I'm showing it. You guys should see the new map of the. If you don't see
Oh,
it,
I see
I
a
would.
very dark room.
So you don't see the light given off by Tarikas, huh?
No.
I see the light given off by him.
I see a flickering, but it's not
Yeah.
enough to even barely see more in the shadows.
Really?
Yeah.
So let's do this. Let's give you. Can you see now?
Nope, same as before.
Why is that? That's bizarre. This light.
I see
vision
the
stuff-
light just fine.
Yeah, everybody, it's like weird. You've got vision.
Mine's
and-
grayscale, so I can. So when I can actually see color, I know it's other people's light source.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do this then for your dim light, bright. I don't know why it's not. Can you see now? You may have to
Let me take a
refresh
look.
your page, Desmond.
I was watching the stream, so
Yeah, you may have to.
loading. I have to log back in again.
That's no problem. Apologize for the delay, folks. Still trying to. I don't understand. It's like whenever somebody turns on light, it should be light for everybody, and I don't know why it's not, and it's really bugging me that it's doing that. So I'll have to do some research on to figure that out. Because I like having the light. I know it messes with you a little bit, but I think that gives a little more flavor to walking around with night vision, so to speak, for the for those that have infravision and stuff. So, or dark vision, I should say. Okay. We back in yet, Des? In the meantime, while
Loading.
he's logging back in.
I can watch on the stream though.
Yeah, okay, while it's happening. So again, off to the left, just inside the door, there's a set of coat rack or coat hooks that there's old molded cloaks and stuff that are hanging on. You can see that to the right there is an open doorway that leads into a room of some kind. And to the just at the base of the stairs, you can see that to the right there is a dining room, and to the left there's a hallway leading into the back of the house. The stairs themselves lead up, obviously, to the second floor. And it's not shown here, but just in the middle of the wall, in the north wall, there is actually a door under that stairs that leads outside to the back. It's not, the door's not shown there, but it is there. So that's kind of the view that you guys have where you're at now. As a quick sort of view to the right and to the left, like I said, to the right, it's some kind of a parlor, and it looks empty except for several wingback chairs situated against the wall and a desk in the right-hand corner beside the window. You can see a fireplace dominates the southeastern corner of that room. Doesn't appear to be much of interest other than the desk. To the
Are you doing some kind of weird dance intentionally?
Yeah, he's running around looking at stuff. He's just moving his token to make sure he can move it. In the upper right hand corner.
I found I can actually move my token with WASD.
Oh, nice. Sorry. In the upper right hand corner, as I said, of this room, or of this house, is what appears to be the dining room. That room holds a rectangular table with 8 chairs around it. There's a sideboard that sits against the far wall with dusty ceramic serving dishes and bowls atop it. And in the far right hand corner, you can see that there is a fireplace there as well. So the 3 rooms you guys see immediately are the hallway, foyer / entryway you're standing in. Immediately to the right is some kind of a parlor with several sitting chairs, a large fireplace, and a writing desk. And there's the dining room in the northeastern corner that has several chairs around a large oak table. It has like a buffet type of a thing, or a shelving unit where there's several dishes and whatnot that are stacked on those shelves. Where am I? You are. That's the kitchen or the dining room.
And this is the hall.
That's the hall. Over here on the ground floor on the right is the parlor, right? Several chairs, a desk, etc., etc.
All right, so there's probably not going to be any information in these rooms specifically. I don't feel like robbing the dead. That's kind of a bad idea, so I'm going to go look in the hallway.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything?
I'm just going to investigate the room and see if there's anything that's familiar with either any of the gravestones versus whatever's in this foyer.
Okay, go ahead and specifically, what are you going to be searching in the foyer? Like I said, there's not much here.
Any type of indication that I suspect maybe those people lived here.
Okay. All right.
So
the only thing that might, I was going to say, the only thing that might give indication is some of the cloaks or coats and stuff that are hanging on the hooks. They are dilapidated and falling apart. Desmond, go ahead and give me a search check or investigation check for that room. Tarikas, give me an investigation for this particular room. Ragnar, if you want to do an investigation of one of the rooms, let me know. Paviskro was going to check the parlor.
I'm gonna go follow Tarikas because Tarikas has been really shady today.
Okay.
Like talking about spirits that I can't feel and
okay,
not realizing I'm blind.
Okay. And
so I'm just assisting him.
Okay. Yeah, so searching through the dining area, Desmond, you don't find anything. You do find the plates are there. They appear to be made of just like plain porcelain. Not really that fancy, although they're upgrade. Yeah, Tarikas, you get advantage on your roll, so you can roll again because Ragnar's helping you. So Desmond, you do find that the plates, however, all have the same sort of dish pattern on it. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, that blind
That is
guy's me. I see that.
The blind guy's better than the not blind guy. However, you do find, like I said, there is a patterned letter D on all of the dishes that you find, Desmond. Nilo, go
I think
ahead.
these mean they belong to me.
That's probably what they mean. Your initials. So I would assume that they are yours. I'm going to do an investigation for Perviskro. And he finds not much.
Wow, look at all the low rolls.
I know. So, Nilo, as you walk down the hall, you can see that at the end of the hall, it opens up into two other chambers. The first is, back in the day, they called it an assembly room. It's kind of like
The pre-meet.
yeah, it's like a meeting room. You see several chairs in there, sort of stacked around. Well, let's give me so the one on the left. So where you're at right now, right? Chairs are arranged in staggered rows with their backs to the door, facing a podium in the southeast corner. So here's the podium over here, right? And so all the chairs are facing that particular corner. A sideboard sits at the left side of the room, and a bookcase stands to the right of the doorway, filled with tomes and knickknacks. A cold brick fireplace occupies the southwest corner.
All
So
right.
if you want to give me a search for this room, or are you just going to go look in the other room? Yeah, so a quick search around doesn't find much. You can see that we already rolled a 4, so...
Okay. Yep. Sorry.
Yep. So there are, like I said, there are several books and tomes in here that may hold some clue as to things. As you can see, there it's just, I don't know, 2 or 3 dozen various books and stuff just sort of stuffed along a bookshelf and whatnot. So, but other than that, other than the books, there doesn't appear to be anything of value whatsoever in this room. On the other side, you can see that it is some kind of a gathering or a meeting room, as there are four chairs around a table. They got a bunch of dice and pens and paper and stuff. No, I'm sorry, wrong table. A round table filled with 4 chairs stands in the center of the room. Windows look out to the backyard. A fireplace in a corner is filled with broken masonry, and a framed portrait hangs on the right wall.
I'm gonna look at that portrait.
You can see that there is a dark-skinned woman. She's dressed in a cream-colored well-to-do coat. It has or she has a pale green sort of scarf-like covering around her throat. You can see that her hair is pulled back and twisted and tied up in a very intricate pattern. You can see that she is wearing diamond earrings that appear to be made of some kind of precious metal for their casings, like silver or perhaps platinum. It's sort of a silvery color, but it's quite possible it's platinum as well. She sits in a chair, in a high back chair, with her hands crossed, her legs together, her hands crossed, elegantly just folded in her lap. And you can see that on one finger she wears a platinum signet ring inscribed with a blossom, of some kind of a flower blossom on it. Different from the signet ring you have, but a signet ring nonetheless.
Alrighty. Is this can I go up? Or is that a window up here above me?
No, those are windows that go outside. Yep, those are windows. Yep, if you
All
want
right,
to
and
go
you
up,
said
you
there's
got
a
to
set
go up
of
the stairs.
stairs, right?
Yep, you're at the stairs right now. Inside, you see, in the dining room, you see Desmond sort of going through the dishes.
If they're all porcelain, I'll leave them here because they're just going to break if I put them in my pack.
Okay.
But I will
Right.
pick up everything and stack it all on the dining room table, see if there's anything hiding under the dishes.
Those are the
Okay.
stairs. Okay. Is there a color thing on here?
Is there a color? Why? Not to see. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are stairs. You're at a landing on the stairs. Other than the dishes themselves, there is nothing but dust and dirt and whatnot along the shelving units, Desmond. Tarikas, searching through the various cloaks and stuff that are hanging there, they're all, as soon as you start to kind of rifle through them a little bit, it's almost like wet noodles just sort of peeling and falling apart as the threads have long since given way. You can see, however, that all of them have stitching on the inside with the letter D on the inside before they fall onto the floor. But other than that, you find nothing of value. You with me, Tarikas?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I go to the rest of the party and I say, have y'all found anything?
I found a portrait, but they have their own ring, but it's not the one that matches our own.
Were any of them entitled Bartha, Satis, Lima, or Arter?
Remind me, what was the name of that woman's portrait again?
I don't know if these are women.
You don't know.
Okay,
There was no name on it. At least not that you saw on the front of it.
Do the floors seem hollow?
They don't seem
Like
to be.
there's a
Seem to be pretty. They creak slightly, just because of age. But it appears to be sturdy. It doesn't appear to be hollow. You can always run a check to see.
I want to check to see if there's possibly a room underneath where we're standing.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a investigation then. Actually, give me a perception. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Perception. So.
Yeah, you sort of stamp around the area a little bit, but it seems pretty solid. What to do now, my friends?
We'll walk over to the left area.
Okay.
And I'm going to say, Ilo, did you check over here?
Yes, I did. Up to the right, if you walk in there, there's a small little like a pre-meet area up in there for groups going to a meeting. There's a fireplace and a portrait. The portrait's of interest. And down to the south, wasn't much in there.
I'm going to go look at the portrait.
Other one.
The portraits to the north. So inside, as I described to Nilo, you see hanging on the right-hand wall over here, there is a portrait of a woman. It's a large oil painting of some kind. She has dark skin, graying hair that is twisted up into a very intricate pattern. She wears very elegant clothing, sits, demurely with her hands, folded in her lap, just looking straight out. Her eyes are sort of a hazel color, very stark against her dark skin. And she has the faintest of a smile. It's almost like somebody said something funny and she was trying not to laugh. She has this little smirky smile sort of on her face.
Is there? You said there's a fireplace in here.
There is a fireplace over there in the northwest corner where Nilo is standing.
What? How current does it look like it's been used? Like, does it look like people have been living here recently?
Give me a perception.
Oh, I thought I rolled a 23.
Oh,
Okay, let's roll again. 58.
So based on what from the layer of dust and just the sheer solitude of this place, it doesn't look like anybody has been here in years. There is this thick
All right.
layer of dust on that covers everything.
I go, Ragnar, come here and help me.
What do you need?
Here,
He needs you to
Bring
tell him
on.
what boy that is.
grab onto this portrait. Help me lift it down. Put it all
All
set
right.
up at the table over there.
Okay.
Now listen,
Nyla will help.
this-
She's sitting there too.
Okay. So
No, this is an old.
you guys take the portrait and you move it, and as you lift it, on the back of it you can see that it has the artist's signature and a name for the painting.
Honorable.
And
It is Larry Elmore.
yeah, it's a Larry Elmore painting. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna give it away at whenever Lord Gazumba has his next giveaway. It's gonna be this Larry
Right.
Elmore painting of an old dark-skinned woman. So you see that?
Hey, dark skin like me.
Yes, dark skin like you. Not just sunshine, but she is a very dark complected woman. You see on the back it says Mayor Lee Duvizin, Duvezin. First name Lee, Lei. Mayor Lee Duvizin. And then it has a year underneath it, common year 505. And then the artist signed the name Lena Grossmilden.
She's not one of our lucky ones, but or I should say unlucky ones. But you know,
Yeah.
We lucky few.
Yeah.
we happy few.
I go. I
What
know this
is-
name.
What's your
This is-
your passive perceptions?
Passive
Not
perception.
good.
My
Sorry.
passive perception
Is a
is
12.
14.
There wasn't like something behind the painting, was there?
No, nothing behind
I
it.
don't-
But
I
this
don't
is
have a
on,
passive
this
at
is,
all.
This is on the back. Yeah, you
I
should
have
have a. Everybody should have a passive.
I got 10. I don't have anything.
Yeah.
I have 6.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah, if it helps anyone, it's just your perception plus 10.
Yeah. Yep.
thing. Just a second, I got open D&D
Yeah.
Beyond.
What's that?
My passive is actually pretty good because I'm proficient in perception.
Yeah. So Desmond, you actually realize the D. So her last name is Duvizin, which, if she was the mayor, this is perhaps the mayor's house, and her last name starts with a D, which would relate to the D inscriptions that you found on the dishes.
Well, that's depressing.
Of
Oh,
the
good thing I
paint-
didn't
of the- That's of the lady that's on the painting.
Yes. On the back of the painting is the artist signed it. Mayor Lee Duvizin, common year 505. And then it was signed by Lena Grossmilden.
I tell the guys, or I tell the party, the artist of this portrait is in the graveyard.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, let's take her Mona Lisa here and keep looking.
Smiles like a Mona Lisa. So you're going to leave the portrait? You're going to take the portrait? The portrait itself is about 4 feet high by 2 feet wide, so it's pretty sizable. It's not like it's...
I'm gonna put it back on the wall.
Not, I was going to say, it's not heavy, but it's not like easy to tote around just for the sheer bulkiness of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the wall. I'm gonna draw a mustache on it. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
If you do, I will punch you.
Nah, I put it back on the wall.
You know what? I won't go off topic. It was still funny though. I've done that in another game.
Where to now, children?
Does it look like painting? She's
I'm gonna check
looking
this
at
back
anything?
room since no one's looked into it yet.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? First of all, Desmond said something. What'd you ask?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, then it must have been Ragnar. Ragnar, you asked something?
Oh, I was saying I was gonna check out this bottom room since I don't think anyone's checked it yet.
Actually, Nilo did do a check, but you're welcome to do another investigation as well.
Yes, let's see the blind guy find the smart guy.
Stop, Nilo.
Nah,
Yeah, your
I don't think
investigation
so.
doesn't really reveal much, other than, like I said, there's another fireplace in the corner of the room, as indicated from outside. You saw the 4 different fireplaces in the corners of the house. This room appears to be some kind of a gathering hall. There's a podium in the southeast corner, and all the chairs in the room are facing the podium. So obviously it was some sort of a gathering for meetings and whatnot. Perhaps town records and stuff are kept here, because this would be indicative of a meeting hall now that you know it's the mayor's house. It's quite possible that there are records here, and there is a bookshelf with many books on it. Yeah, a quick search doesn't indicate much.
Since Ragnar rolled a 5 on his investigation, he's more interested right now in the fireplace. How good of a condition is it in?
It's a well-built fireplace, but you can see that you can detect that it is deteriorating a lot just due to lack of upkeep.
Would it be useful if we stayed the night to put this thing back on?
So you do a quick perception for me with advantage because it's stonework.
I agree, my skills thing's messing with me.
No worries. I appreciate everybody that's out there hanging out with us. I hope you guys are enjoying the shit show that we call Perrenland Adventures. As a reminder from last stream, I am looking to change the name of the channel so I can get the word Perrenland out of it, so that whenever we blow up and we start making millions of dollars at this, I want to make sure that nobody comes after us for hijacking Perrenland from the Greyhawk setting. So I'm looking for other names. Maybe we talked about this before. Was it the Shite Show or something like that? Or I thought it was kind of funny when we were talking about that. Maybe that was our one name.
Oh no, we
What's
can't
that?
do sheets. Sheets will be copyrighted too. Dang it.
Yeah, dang it. Okay. Anyway,
That's a good trucker stop, by the way. Sheets. SHEETZ.
yeah.
I have momentarily disconnected because I accidentally bumped the cord that's plugged into my adapter.
Would you? Do you have a problem with me rolling for you? I didn't get anything coming here. Would you like me to roll for you?
Yes, please, because I thought I rolled twice, and I thought it was a 5 and a 12, but
I saw a 5. I see a 5, but I didn't. But this is actually perception with advantage. So
yeah, that's why I was trying to roll a second time, but I don't think the second roll made it.
Okay. All right, with advantage, you got a soft 20. So investigating the fireplace, you see that it's fairly crafted, a standard craft for human fare, right? It's got brick and mortar that was put together. Although this is an upscale house, so it looks like it was built with at least a little more attention to detail. The mortar has begun to sort of settle and crack. Serious lack of upkeep. Probably in the next couple of years, it'll collapse on at least partially on itself. But that being said, it still appears to be serviceable. You're able to move the flue once you kind of get it cranked a little bit and get it opened up and worked out instead of being all rigid and stiff due to corrosion. So were you to stay the night here, then you could, in fact, get this fireplace up and running, and it would be serviceable to the point where it's not going to like blow smoke back into the house.
Okay, this will be what Ragnar's working on for the bit, for probably more of the investigation.
Okay. So as you guys go, as Ragnar is sort of investigating and getting engrossed within the fireplace, the rest of you, unless I see Tarikas is still staying up in the meeting room.
Yeah, I was just
The rest-
saying if her eyes were looking at anything.
No, it looks to be a standard painting, as if as you're sort of sitting there and somebody paints while you sit, and so your eyes have to be looking somewhere. So it just appears to be that she's looking off through whoever's in front of her or at whoever's in front of her, depending upon your position and stuff. It's not really one of those weird Jesus pictures that as you walk and it looks like it's watching you. It's not quite that weird, but nothing doesn't appear to be looking at anything special or spectacular.
Because you had mentioned unholiness about it, the building, so I was just...
I just say unholiness about the place just because it's so quiet and eerie. It's like sound is amplified, and then all these weird tricks of your senses, your eyes are tricked, and you look and you see, and whatever was there is gone, and you feel like you're being watched, and you whip around and there's nothing there, and your comrades, as you watch them, they just look different. They look like they have a sinister look about their eyes and face. Not Ragnar, but Desmond noted Paviskro's eyes were sort of had a demonic red looking to them, and he just put him off. So ever since you guys have started to come into this town, you've just had these feelings coming over you. Don't go anywhere, because the stupid DM once again stepped on his cord. And look what we have here. I unplugged myself so I can't hear a fucking thing anybody's saying. Give me 2 seconds. And by the way, I'm going to say it again, old fat guys should not have to be getting down under his desk. He should have his kids do it for him.
And now you went mute.
Ragnar, you coming with us? It looks you started doing something over there.
Oh, you're not checking upstairs?
We're about to, I believe. I think everyone else is finished.
I'm
I was
getting
gonna
this fixed
keep
up
poking
for
my
the
head
rest
in.
of the night. I assume you guys don't want to leave.
All right, I'm back because I'm an idiot. Okay.
Well, if you are going to come with us, then I think we're about to head up, unless you want to continue working on that fireplace.
Yes. If you need me, just call.
Very well.
I assume this is a fireplace over here in the northeast corner of the dining room.
It's in this room that Ragnar's in.
I
I'll
know.
hold my dragon with you.
Yes, so
Has it-
up every corner of this ground floor has a fireplace in it.
Okay, I'm going to have the guys set up fires in these fireplaces. Make sure the chimneys are clear first.
Okay, that's cool. So you're gonna go ahead and book fires.
Mostly because
Gotcha.
I think we're probably gonna end up spending the night here, and I prefer to do it on this
It
floor.
is getting late.
with
It
some-
is getting late. When you guys arrived, it was getting to be towards sundown. The shadows are getting
It's a lot
long.
of snow right outside. I didn't misinterpret that.
It is snow. It is snow. It is hard, hard packed. I've been there for, well, not really hard packed, but it has been there for a while. So as you guys sort of crunch through the town and whatnot, so not like super deep, maybe ankle deep. It's not like you guys got a blizzard or anything like that, but it has been consistent snow over the mountainous years.
Only we still had a sled.
If only you still had a sled or a flying castle or flying ship or something like that. Would be cool.
I heard there's some
Something
guy
like that.
up in the Wizards Guild of Traft. His name was Hal.
Yep. So
I'm gonna
you
check
guys
in
are
on
gonna go upstairs. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tarikas.
No, I was just coming down to check on Ragnar and say, is everything okay in here?
Pretty much. I'm just putting this stuff ready. So when we go to sleep tonight, we're not going to freeze.
Very well.
And
Why? What are you up to?
as you're working on it, the 3 henchmen that Desmond have purchased come in, and they begin giving you a hand making the fireplaces downstairs ready. I am not going to... Well, I guess I could. Let me go back here. I wonder if I could copy them right from here to there.
Have you checked these books? Oh, right. Has anybody checked the books? And I asked, I know
Hey,
Ragnar
I was like,
didn't
oh,
because
it
he
didn't
can't.
make the
Do they
dogs.
have dwarven runes?
It didn't pick up the dogs. What the hell? Let me go back.
Well,
I do
I
not.
see one of the dogs right there on the wall.
Oh, was he? Oh, there he
Yeah,
is.
he's on
Okay.
the.
Yep, you're right. Okay. Perfect. It did do him. All right, so I got one guy in here, one guy in here, one guy in here, and we'll leave the dogs all in the room with Ragnar. All right. So the only one that they're not working on right now, unless you want him to not help Ragnar and go and do the other fireplace.
He can help Ragnar.
Okay. So it's still the dining room is the only one that hasn't been touched yet. So you guys
Oh,
begin.
and my dragon is Red Ragnar too. He's perched in the
Dragon's
corner
thing.
there.
Okay, perfect. He's gonna perch in the corner. Okay. All right. So as Nilo begins to go upstairs, Desmond, you following Nilo, or are you staying downstairs with the other guys as well?
I'm going up.
Okay. And Paviskro, I mean, I almost said Arthur. Oh my gosh, now I'm mixing up first edition. Paviskro is going up the stairs.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. But see, in my case, Arthur and Paviskro are the same player. So it's understandable how I would confuse the two. So totally okay. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Welcome, everybody. If you have not yet joined us, please do so. Click that follow button. It's down there somewhere. Click that button. Click the little bell. Make sure that you get alerted whenever we go live. We are the best shit show on Twitch. All right. If you want to make yourself feel good about your own stream, watch us, because then you'll be like, damn, I'm glad I'm not them. But we have fun doing what we do, man. It's okay. We enjoy every bit of oops daisy that happens during our stream. So you guys
okay.
get to the stairs as you begin to go up. Tarika, so are you going to stay down with Ragnar and the boys, or are you going up with the
No, I
others?
was questioning Ragnar, and of course I realized he can't see, and so I was wondering if anybody had checked these books for information.
So they did a quick search. They did just a quick search, but they didn't really find much. Which reminds me, if Ragnar, while you were investigating, since you got that soft 20, while you were investigating the fireplace, you can tell that there used to be a shelf above it that has since broken and fallen, like a mantle, has since broken and fallen off and landed in a fireplace. And as you're clearing it out, you pull a chunk of metal out and you realize that you have a chunk of solid platinum in your hand.
Oh, hell.
The
Taste
fruit
it. Make
of
sure it's
hard
real.
labor.
Yes, it is real. It's not like really big. It's probably, I don't know, like maybe not even the size of your fist. So it's not huge, but you would guesstimate it's probably worth about 25 gold.
Is it shaped into anything? Like this was like
No,
a
it's raw
statue or
ore,
something?
like a raw ore, like something right out of a mine.
This is why it's respectable to have this kind of labor. As I like tap my finger against it,
Yeah.
because I know the cleric's still next to me.
Yeah. As Tarikas, as you see him cleaning out the fireplace, he sort of turns around and stands up holding a chunk of metal in his hand as you realize he has a chunk of platinum about the size of his fist in his hand.
How much did you say it was, by the way? I'm writing it down.
25 gold.
Okay.
Because it is
Cool.
ore,
What did
so
you
it'll
find
have to
there?
be cleaned up.
Is that ore or an item?
Looks like it feels like platinum. Sounds like platinum. As like I hit it and I listen to it, and then I bite it.
Okay.
Strange to find platinum in an abandoned fireplace.
Well, this was a mining town.
Hmm.
Maybe it was maybe it was like sentimental.
Perhaps
Yeah, like
it
the
was
first dollar of a store.
probably
Or
hidden.
saving for a rainy day.
Or
Yeah.
Nilo, what are you doing?
I'm drawing the stuff that was missing because for some reason your map, the map we have, doesn't have all the fancy stuff your stream
Yeah,
map
it does.
has.
Yeah, it does.
No.
I wonder if
When I
Nilo
reloaded
can't
it,
see
it did.
I'm wondering if because it's all grayscale to Nilo, maybe, but I don't know. That's all right.
When I
just wanted to
reloaded
make
it,
sure.
it came in.
I just want to make sure what you were doing, Nilo, is totally okay. I don't care as long as your drawing doesn't interfere with what we're doing on the game. That's totally fine with me. So you work your way upstairs, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going with them. I just need to be able to see. Actually, I guess I don't need to see anymore since everyone else can see the stuff.
Try something here to see if this will work. Let's go toggle his torch. All right. So you, you arrive at the top of the stairs. You, let me have to get to the, sorry, to go back to my map so I know the key descriptors so I know what to tell you. Okay. You arrive at the upstairs landing, and you can see that this open landing waits at the top of the stairs. 4 closed doors lie before you, and a large entryway gapes across the hall to the south. So you can see that there are obviously 4 rooms leading off through doors. And to the south, you can see that it opens into a large, another upstairs study of some kind. As you walk that direction, Nilo, you can see that it is a library of some kind. And as you do, you begin to get this feeling of like, again, like upstairs you're being watched, and you turn around and you can see that coming up the stairs is Perviscero and Desmond right behind you. You hear or think you hear creaking coming from one of the other bedrooms. You're not really sure exactly what it may be, but there's like, and you turn to look and you hear the sound come out of one of the rooms, and then you turn to look in that direction, and then all of a sudden the sound comes from behind you in another room. Desmond, you and Perviscero come up, and at the top of the stairs you see Nilo has moved into the center of this upstairs landing, and she's turned a couple of times. She's looked to the south a little bit,
And her sword's out.
What's that?
She's heard the voices, and her sword materializes in her hand now.
And you and just as your sword comes into your hand, you watch as this horrendous creature comes crawling, scooting from the library that you just left. You can see that this is what it looks like.
That thing looks ugly as shit.
As this thing comes skittering at you, its mandibles clamping back and forth, almost like 2 razor-sharp fangs getting ready to pierce. And as we do, that is where we're going to take a break. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. As you know, this is always where we take our break, 9:30 to 9:45. Let me shift this over to the break time. Want to make sure that I got this done.
Looking for royalty-free music?
Yes, we
Discover
are.
Epidemic Sound.
Let us do
Get the
this.
safest music subscription.
We're going to skip the ads. No thanks. Open that bad boy up. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We will be back in about 15 minutes, give or take. Hopefully you'll stay with us as our party has just encountered the first of what is probably not the last of many creatures that may be hanging out in this town and its general vicinity. So yeah, we will be back in a few. Hopefully you'll stay with us, man. Go get yourself another favorite snack. Reload yourself on your favorite beverage of choice. Once again, don't forget, if you haven't clicked follow, please do so. If you want to really show love and give us a subscription, we would very much appreciate that. Throw some cheers out there. Do whatever it is you need to do to hype our players up, because they're getting ready to get into it. We'll be back in a few. Thanks.
So good, we'll be right back.
Yeah,
Good.
what she said. What she said. Don't forget, you can hit !8 ball, ask a question, and the magic 8 ball will answer your question. You can also do ! roulette, and you can bet some of your tokens to see if you can win more tokens. But I don't know how that really works, because I don't think it keeps track accurately of how many tokens you really have. But hey, you could win more. So go check it out.
Alright, see you guys in a bit.
live TV from 85 plus channels. And save up to $500 a year with YouTube.
And we are back. Just in time for the party to realize that they are under attack. So, first off, I'm going to place Jan Fellers into combat. Is everybody back? Anybody not back yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. Looks like we're still waiting on Spartan. Jacob, you back?
Yep.
All right. Spartan's back. Nilo, you back? Not yet. All right. So, as of right now, Karikas and Ragnar do not know what's going on upstairs. So you guys are still busy doing your fireplace thing. And the other 3 is upstairs, checking on what this thing is. So we're going to give Nilo a second to get back here just so we can make sure that we have everybody ready to go. Need to get rid of that. Nilo, you back yet? Need to know. Jacob. Hopefully Jacob did not get disconnected. In the meantime,
No, I'm here. I didn't get disconnected.
I didn't say you. You are downstairs.
I was here.
Okay.
I had you all on audio so I could hear. I was just combing my hair. I just got out of the shower.
Nope, you're fine. Totally okay. Good to go. Okay.
I can communicate with my dragon to get their attention. Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'll do that if we have to.
Okay. So you watch as this. I don't know. I wonder if I could send this to VTT. Will that do that? There used to be a connection that I could do where it would say, "Oh, send." I could open up this picture and I go. There'd be a little button that says "Send to VTT," but no, there's.
I'll
not.
just make the token really big.
Nah, that's fine. So anyway, so what I need now is everybody. I'm going to begin combat, and I am going to roll my initiative, and somebody else. I need to roll initiative for Perviscro. So he rolls a 19. Go ahead, Desmond and Nilo. Haha, nicely done, Desmond. Nicely done, Nilo. As Perviscro is up first, as he is going to move in, step across. His bird is still downstairs, so he is going to mentally. If that's a bonus, no, that's an action, so I'm just going to have to not. So he is going to target this creature. And we are going to, we'll try the old firebolt and see how the firebolt works. 2 misses as
It missed an animation
Fireball.
too.
yeah, no, that's what I love about it. As he is done for his, and now we are going to next as this creature.
How big is it, by the way?
It is it's a small creature. It's probably about 2.5, 3 foot high. If that, it's very small. It has these, it has these huge, pincer claws, on its hands, almost like a crab, and it's got the 2 mandibles. And its eyes are just this blazing sort of a bluish sort of a color. It is going to, first of all, as a bonus action, he is going to suddenly disappear. It's like he steps into this shadow and then he appears right behind Desmond as he attacks Desmond with his claws.
He teleports.
as he gets a
Did he just hurt himself with that?
no, it's weird that. Yeah, probably. It doesn't matter. He hits Desmond. So let's see. 2d4 plus 2. So let me do that first. So Desmond suffers 7 hit points of slashing damage. I need a Constitution saving throw from Desmond. As he fails his Constitution saving throw, Desmond is now paralyzed.
You just can't get your luck with those rolls, can you?
Let's see.
He has a chance to break out with paralysis on his turn, I believe, Tony.
Yeah, we'll have to look and see. I wish I knew these all by heart, but I don't. So I need to. Blind, burning, frozen, shock.
I just realized I was muted. Is there any way we could use our 20 for that? I'd rather not be paralyzed.
That's totally up to you guys if you want.
I'm cool with that.
Okay.
All right, so Desmond is no longer paralyzed, but you did still suffer the 7 hit points of damage from the creature as it teleported over to you. Now, Desmond, you are up.
Okay.
I would say get behind me, but I don't think that's gonna work with this thing.
Nope, I'm going to attack it. Come on. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. No hurry
Thing
whatsoever.
is arguing with me about. I'm going to put my hunter's mark on it,
Okay.
and I don't know why it must roll the damage ahead of
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
weird. As soon as you put it on there, yeah.
Every time you roll a spell, it rolls the damage.
All right,
Okay.
17 hits, so it takes 7 slashing, and then go ahead and roll your d6 for. Oh, it rolled it. I'll take that one
Yeah.
to 5. So you did a total of
Okay.
12.
It already took the
Yep.
damage off the
Yep.
creature too, by the way.
Yep. Yep. I'm just making sure. All right. As you slam into it, as the creature appears and it slams and it rakes its claws across you, you immediately react, whipping around, your sword coming to bear, slicing through it, and it sort of hisses, and its mandibles sort of chittering back. Oh, you know what? Son of a gun.
Their actions.
Yes. No, actually, it's not layer. Before this all takes place, Desmond, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw, please. As you feel this wave of fear and terror sort of wash over your body. And you failed your save, so you are now frightened. So I am not going to take your attack roll away. You hit it. But you are now frightened. You cannot willingly move closer. And all ability checks and attack rolls are at disadvantage until the end of the creature's next turn. So that doesn't really help for this one, but just a reminder for next turn. So like I said, I am not going to take... What is that?
I was clicking on it. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. No, when you... I just want to see... I want to make sure what it was and stuff, so... okay. So... Let us... I think that's it, unless you're moving. Well, you can't, because... Well, you can move away from it, but you can't move toward it. But if you're moving...
I'm not
away,
gonna
you
move.
it. Okay. Alright. Nilo.
She's going to run forward with her sword ready and slash at it.
I need you to give me a saving throw DC 11.
Which wisdom you
A
said?
wisdom saving throw. Fail your wisdom saving throw, so your attack roll is at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. What
That's
attack
hilarious.
roll?
Yep, that's hilarious.
Was that only one die roll?
No,
Yeah,
it hit him.
that's 6 damage.
Yeah, it did. It took it off.
Oh, all 6, not just 2.
Oh, no, it didn't. It only took the 2, so I'll take the other 2 off. Total of 4 more. Okay. As we go back to the top of the order, and he's just gonna blast at it with a firebolt again because that's just how he rolls. Oh, as he hits. Nice. As he hits for a whopping 2 just to make sure it came off. Yes, it did. Is now the mean lock. It's its turn. First of all, I need to roll a... Wanted it to roll. Fine. I'll roll here. On a 5 or a 6, it can roll to 3, so it is not going to recharge. Therefore, it is just going to go at straight attack. Once again, attacking. Ooh, as the claws wickedly miss. No save required. Okay. Desmond, need you to roll a DC 11 saving throw, please. Wisdom saving throw, yes. Oh, looks like he just barely made it. He made your saving throw, therefore your attack is normal and not at disadvantage. Ooh, 9. So you did a total of 9 slashing, and I need you to roll an additional d6. That's hilarious. I think this should be the end of it. Nilo, you are up.
Alrighty. I'm gonna take the attack of opportunity and back up.
Okay. Need you to, first of all, let me... Misses.
Alright. So I'm no longer afraid of it, correct?
You're no longer in the fear aura zone, correct?
That's a miss. That's a shame.
Misses. I like it.
She's
like
gonna
it.
back up and point her sword, and fire runs down the blade and shoots at it, and apparently hits Desmond in the shoulder, I guess. Apparently, according to the animation.
Yep. All
Sorry.
right. As
Do you know what this thing even is?
As Praviskro targets it with his firebolt once again. $18 hits. Why did it not take the damage off? Did 2 points of damage. Oh, it's like, why did it? It's weird. It targeted you and not the mean lock that I targeted. That is absolutely bizarre. That's okay. Oh, he is. There we go. As the mean lock, that last blast, no longer eligible for combat. As the creature is blasted, it sort of almost evaporates in the air as you hear it screeching and sort of clawing as the last of its life force drains from it. It just sort of shrinks down and shrivels and then poof, disappears into nothing as you guys now find yourselves once again on the upper floor of the mayor's house. There are 4 exits leading into what you can only assume are bedrooms, and there is an open doorway leading into where the mean lock came from, and that is it looks like it appears to be a library. There are several bookshelves lining the walls. There's a table with chairs, etc. Let me get you a definitive description just so you guys can know. Shelves filled with books line the walls of this library, and 4 wing-back chairs sit around a low table at the center of the room. Oh, the wide bank of windows on the south wall affords a panoramic view of the dilapidated houses beyond the twisting branches of the tree in the front yard. Ragnar, it only takes you maybe about 10 or so minutes to adequately clear out and get the fireplace ready, as the other workers or the other hirelings, henchmen, are down there assisting, as well as Tarikas. You guys, as you're down there, suddenly Praviskro's eagle starts squawking and flapping and begins to head up the stairs where your comrades are. And as you're coming out of the room, you can hear what sounds like combat coming from upstairs.
I'm just gonna head upstairs then, following the screaming eagle.
Okay.
My dragon's gonna stay down there and still keep watch on the others.
Yep. So
Now
Ragnar,
do active patrols through the area.
Okay. And Ragnar, as you come to the top of the stairs, you see a slightly wounded Desmond at the top of the stairs, Nilo across the room, across the landing, or whatever you want to call it, standing outside an archway leading into what appears to be a library. And Praviskro is standing at the top of the stairs as well. Everybody seems to be like breathing heavy, as if combat has just occurred, but you see no signs of any creature up here.
Desmond, what's going on?
This little fake piece of shit.
Is it gone? She looks for it.
You see no sign of the creature. Tarikas, is there anything that you're going to want to do while you're down there, or are you just going to hang out down there still?
Well, I'm not sure. Did he leave in a way where I know?
You see, yeah.
happening?
Well, I was just giving you and Ragnar indications that there was something going on, because Praviskro's eagle, his familiar that was down here with you guys, suddenly screeched and took off like going upstairs, and Ragnar went charging after it, and you guys could hear there were sounds of combat or something coming from upstairs.
Oh, I hear that the sound of combat. Yeah, I'm going as well. And I tell the others, it sounds like combat.
As you get up to the stairs, you see that the same thing that Ragnar saw, that the others are still there. They're at the top of the stairs. There's several doors leading off into other bedrooms, and an open doorway leading into what appears to be a library. They're all breathing a little heavy. Desmond looks like he may have some scratches on his face and neck, but is otherwise, not the worst for wear. Some deep slice cuts though. Looks like he's bleeding, but there is no sign of whatever their antagonist was.
I just ask, what happened up here? What is wrong with your face? Why do y'all look like you've been fighting?
Well, there was something up here, and we beat the shit out of it, and it disappeared into thin air.
Where did it appear from?
What
Shadow.
Desmond decided it to.
Wait, what'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Desmond got cut off. Desmond, what'd you say?
Oh, I said it appeared from appeared from the shadows.
Correct. As you step into the shadowy library, as I said before, you can see there are 4 wingback chairs set around a low table. On the table, you can see that there are numerous books and papers and whatnot. It looks like there's some writing on them and some parchment torn out to form bookmarks on various books that are sitting on the table. There are 4 large bookcases lining the walls that don't have windows on them. And you can see that they are packed with various books of all kinds. But like I said, the interesting reference is that you see there's a set of books and papers and parchments and stuff sort of strewn out on the table.
You're the
Oh.
reader, not me.
Yep, she's gonna start looking around, looking at the books.
All right, go ahead and give me a investigation.
Pabrisco, can you help me look at these books?
Whoa. I can do this. I like to read. All right. So, for the most part, the books are various things, right? History, mining, creatures of the wild. But one really catches your attention. There's a book on the table about the Feywild. And there's a bookmark page, and it's scribbled on the piece of paper that's used as a bookmark. It says, "Could this be the answer?" And as you open it up, there's a small treatise on a creature known as a meanlock. And it sort of describes what meanlocks are and where they come from, and et cetera, et cetera.
And fits the bill of what we just beat the shit out of.
So they're corrupted fey creatures that basically sort of manifest in response to fear in places where the border between this world and that is thin. So if there's a high amount of fear, or the higher the amount of fear, the more likely or the more possibility that these creatures could sort of cross over from the Feywild into the prime material. Meanlocks can actually create more of their own kind by transforming humans through a process of psychic torment that could take hours or days depending upon the individual. So they torment their victims with visions and with psychic attacks that sort of drive them deeper and deeper into fear, to the point where eventually they can succumb to their and die and then become meanlocks themselves. They tend to live in subterranean nests, and they are sensitive to bright light and can traverse through shadow and darkness, almost like a teleportation type of effect.
Alrighty. The creatures are called meanlocks. They are corrupted fey. They manifest from the Feywild at thin borders in large concentrations of fear, and over the course of several hours to a couple days, they can turn other mortals into meanlocks themselves by killing them eventually after torture.
How long can they persist?
Doesn't say that, but it also says they can teleport.
Well, given
Well-
how big this town was, that might mean we could be dealing with potentially, I don't know, 20, 25 people.
Well-
these creatures.
They don't like light.
So I'm going to make sure that
The fires are well
fireplace does
lit.
not go out tonight, because that will give us a good means of keeping them away.
Yes.
Did you spot any more in here, or just the one?
Just the one, though there are 4 doors leading to 4 separate bedrooms, and I was hearing noises from each of them. They traverse through the shadows as if walking. It looked like teleportation to us, but reading this, I'm now pretty certain it just ran over there. It just turned invisible to us, I guess.
All right.
They
Kind
have-
of like
torches.
stepping into an
You
ethereal
know how
plane.
some fays, like forest fays can step from tree to tree?
Yeah.
It's literally a teleportation. Meanlocks can do the same thing with shadows. They can go from one point to another that they can see, just like
I gotcha.
shadow stepping.
Yep. I know
So-
what it is. This is the
Yeah.
best way Naido can describe it to
That's
them.
fine. Okay.
So everyone probably should light a torch, so we have overlapping light. Then there's no shadows.
Yes, probably. I don't have any more torches though, so I'm gonna have to buy. I think I gave all my torches to you all.
I have 10, so you can have one of mine.
Or no, yeah, no, I got rid of all my torches. Yeah.
Here, take one. They're good for 2 hours.
Yep. So she's gonna take a torch. She's going to light it, and she's gonna make sure everyone else has a torch or the light spell. The light spell works too.
I think
I'm going to go
Iskra is using
downstairs.
it right now.
Desmond, what you say first?
I'm going to go downstairs and make sure the boys and the dogs stay in one room with the brightest burning fire,
Okay.
and then come back up and rejoin everyone.
Okay. And Ragnar?
I said, does Iskro, or not Iskro,
Praviskro.
Paviskro using his light spell at the moment, or is it just...
He just pulls out his dagger and uses his artificer power on it.
Yeah, he actually
so that's
has
one. Does the cleric have a light spell?
Yes.
Ah, lovely. Okay.
I already have it on me.
Alright.
All right.
I casted it when we were outside.
If that is the case, then let us clear the rest of these rooms in. These rooms look like they might be small, so we might, should be best if the rest of you all stay back. That way, we can try to lead it out into the main room so we can all attack it. Any arguments?
Not for me.
All right. Ranged in the back and melee up front. Ragnar, I like to stay with them because it likes to, teleport.
Okay. So you get to the door. The door is not locked, but it is closed. And similar to the door that you guys took into this house, it's a little bit stuck because of the swelling and the moisture and the humidity and whatnot that tends to swell the doors in their door frames. So I'm going to need an athletics check DC 10 to get the door open, please.
Give it a dwarven knock.
Easily, the door opens
FBI,
up.
open up!
Oh, you're so crazy.
She's going to kick the door with the sword at the ready.
Okay. So,
Great. She thinks she's a SWAT officer serving a warrant.
So the door opens into a 15 by 20 foot room or so, but it appears to be empty for the most part. A lot of dust and dirt and debris sort of laying about. The ceiling has begun to sort of warp and sag slightly, with plaster and whatnot sort of flaking off onto the floor. And the room itself looks empty except for a bed and a fireplace. It's cold and it just has this air of loneliness about it, as if there's nothing else in the room except that bed and the fireplace.
That's a nice box.
Similar. Aha.
Boom!
Nicely done. As the door opens, this room appears to be a little bit nicer. This bedroom has a tall chest of drawers made of dark wood in the corner across from the door. Farther into the room, a small desk sits between two windows with a large bed to the left of it. The sheets and blankets on the bed are rumpled. A moth-eaten pillow lies on the floor beside it, the other mattress where it belongs. Other than that, you don't see much. No investigation, no nothing. Just gonna.
I'm going to go flip the mattress over.
Oh, I guess we should check under the bed, shouldn't we?
Okay. So flipping the bed over, Desmond, as you go in, you flip. Sorry, I moved you. My bad.
Oh.
As you flip the bed over, you see that there underneath is a stuffed animal, and as you pick it up, it's actually a toy bugbear. But you can see that it's got holes and whatnot chewed through it, as perhaps by moths or other rodents or whatever. The stuffing has long since removed, but stitched on is a little tag with the word Tavin, Tavin, Tavin.
That name sounds familiar.
Doesn't to me, but I'll
Has
take
this
your
name
word
been
for it.
mentioned yet?
What's that?
Has this name been mentioned yet?
Not that you're aware of. I don't know. You guys are
Okay,
keeping notes.
Thought I heard that name mentioned.
No. The only names that you guys know are Mayor Lee Duvazin. You also heard the names Bathis, Sira, Lena, and Artur. Those were all buried in the graveyard. You also know Veldrin Grossmilden was the spirit who had the ring. And now you've had this name Tavin. Not sure if it's the same family or not, but it's just a well, I mean, if it's the mayor, it's possible his name was Tavin Duzadin, or Duvazin, I mean. Right. So if it was the mayor's child and the mayor's last name was Duvazin, it's quite possible that whoever Tavin is a Duvazin as well, but all you know is the name of Tavin, so.
She'll look under this bed now.
Okay, under that bed there is nothing. Just dust, dirt, and junk.
Alright,
Okay.
seeing that, she'll head over to the next room.
Okay.
And she'll wait for everyone else to be ready before she goes in.
Okay.
Oh, she's gonna check. Is door also stuck?
Yep, always, all of them are.
Oops.
Nice. The door opens easily. This dim room holds merely a bed, but you can see as well there's a fireplace in the corner. The bed itself is partially coated in debris from the collapsed chimney. So you can see this one from upstairs. The chimney is partially collapsed and fallen into the room. Not exposing completely outside, but there is a hole in the corner of the ceiling over by the fireplace that does lead to the outside. You can see that a small bird's nest has been sort of filling in the gap where the hole is in the ceiling. And as you get over there, a small wind sort of blows in through the chimney into the room, making this room extremely cold from the outside.
Does this chimney connect to the one directly below us, pretty much?
Yes, yes.
She's gonna call down, "Don't light the fire in this chimney."
Okay, comes the word from below.
And she's not gonna look under the bed this time. She's gonna hold the light down there a little bit and see if something moves around.
Okay, yeah, nothing of interest or whatever in this room. Okay.
She about busts this one off the hinges.
All right. A double bed sits beneath the windows along the far wall, with a fireplace occupying one other corner, the windows looking out into the front yard. You can see that this is what was probably the master bedroom, because there are remnants of tapestries that were hanging on the wall that have long since rotted and being pulled down or fell of their own accord. The bed itself is a wide four-poster bed with a cloth canopy that sort of hangs over it. The cloth itself long since moldy and bug-ridden and chewed through in many places. But you can see that there's like a mantle that goes over the fireplace, etc. So this, like I said, this looks to be probably the master bedroom.
Looking under the bed.
Okay, go ahead and just go ahead and give me a search check for the whole room, because there is stuff of note in here. We just need nice.
Oh yeah.
So as you search about, you find that under the bed, down by the fireplace, on the mantle, there are crumpled pieces of paper. And as you sort of flip through them, you see that they're all basically the same. It's a letter from the mayor to other nearby settlements asking for help in the dilemma that they have no idea how to solve. You actually, in fact, on the floor by the fireplace, one has fallen off. It's actually a completed letter that's in an envelope addressed to the mayor of Vostrin. It's sealed shut with a bright red wax seal embossed with an ornate snowdrop blossom that resembles the exact ring that the mayor in the photo or in the portrait downstairs was wearing.
She's gonna open it up.
Okay. Additionally, as you search through the room and through the remnants, you find several sticks of sealing wax, like SEALING, wax used as seal, of sealing wax in various colors, as well as some quills, ink, and paper. And last but not least, you find a journal that apparently belonged to Mayor Duvazin.
All right. She's gonna pop open that letter first and see what's inside.
It's literally just like all the other letters. It's just beseeching, saying, please give us a, hey, man, Typhus, Typhonius Starheart. I like it. Appreciate the follow, man. One follower at a time, man. Don't forget to go out there and shout it out to your friends, family, co-workers. Tell them we're here every Monday night for a first edition game and every other Friday for 5th edition. We definitely appreciate the follow, man. That is pretty awesome. So
welcome to the table.
Yep, welcome to the table, man. So like I said, the letter is exactly as all the other ones were, although this one appears to have been completed all the way through. It basically is describing that, we have people have gone missing. We had a major mine catastrophe. We really need your aid. Anything you can do for us, we would very much appreciate it, et cetera, et cetera. And this was to the mayor of Vostrin, which was the town that you guys stopped in before you got here, right? So it's basically one of the first places or first towns nearby that you would actually go to.
It's safe to say none of these letters left this town.
Obviously, at least these didn't. You can see a lot of them. The pieces of parchment and stuff were like started, and then they said, never mind, we'll crumple it. That doesn't sound right, or whatever the case may be. But there was one.
Are they dated at all?
No, none of them are dated. However, you do know that the mayor's portrait was done in 505, and the headstones all dated 506. So it had to be around that time, right? Whatever month you're not sure, or day you're not sure, but
what's the current year?
586.
Okay, so this was like almost 70 some years ago.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm gonna do the next thing. We haven't really done this yet. I'm gonna look out the window.
Okay. You can see, looking out over the that sort of knotted oak tree that dominates the central plaza in front of the house, and that's basically what you're looking over. You can see that it gives you a view of some of the other buildings in town. Again, most of them are all dilapidated, falling apart, but there are a couple in town that look to be still intact enough to if you wanted to spend the night in them, let's say, they could provide shelter because the roofs aren't collapsed.
All right, none of these beds are even remotely.
Probably not. I mean,
Okay,
they might be able to provide you a little bit of comfort, but they're probably full of like bed bugs and other vermin and stuff over the decades.
All right, so all I found was this letter. Looks like she was trying
and
to.
the journal.
Looks like and the journal. Yes, I haven't looked at the journal yet. The mayor wanted to send help for the other local towns like Fostron, but never even sent a letter out. I also found his journal here. I didn't have a chance to read it yet. If any of you want to take a go at it, I'm going to keep searching through this library to see if she holds any public records in here.
Okay. Anybody else want to investigate the journal as opposed to doing other stuff?
I suppose I'll investigate it.
I mean,
Okay.
I could try, but I can't.
Yeah, you can do
Dorikus reads it, right? And then Ragnar just uses his impeccable memory.
Listen, man, this was like 70 years ago. I was just a lad at the time.
it.
Oh no, I'm talking about Tarika says something out to you and you
No, I mean, I might have heard it.
I imagine the
heard
dwarf
a
just
story
tastes the
about
page, like
but
chews
I
on a
lived
corner of it.
where I grew up.
Okay, this page tastes like honey. The person loves sweets or that, or their kid spills it. Apparently he got his butt spanked a lot.
Well, basing by
You
the
had a
grade,
goat. That's definitely a goat try to eat this page.
well, based on this taste and this quality of the paper and this ink, it was made by cheap elves, apparently. Processed by goblins.
Another addition to the Book of Grudges.
Yes. What travesty they did to this paper is infallible. But yeah, I can help him with some of my knowledge, maybe, because I like to listen to a lot of stories on the trail. Maybe a ghost story might be relevant, so that might be giving him advantage.
Okay, go ahead and whoever's gonna check it. I don't want it to be Praviskro. Sorry.
No, Tarika's already rolled once, so Tarika's going to roll again for advantage.
Okay. You can do it, Tarikas.
You can't do it.
You can roll
I
above
say
a 5.
do it. It's better than a 12. Awesome. So as you search through the journal, first of all, you discover that the mining catastrophe happened on the 12th day of good month in the common year of 506. And some 30 miners were either lost or severely wounded, and the town was extremely ill at ease because during those days there were, orcs and hobgoblins and goblins and stuff that still roamed out of the hills, and the miners, in addition to being miners, also were protectors of the community because they didn't have a quote-unquote militia protection from, say, Traft or something like that, right? They didn't come this far up into the hills, and so the miners were also considered to be their militia. And so because of the collapse and the loss of so many able-bodied men, a lot of fear began to spread in town that they were going to be killed or captured and eaten by the humanoids and whatnot that were coming down out of the hills, and so that sort of started. And then like 3 days later, the next journal entries, as you're kind of going through, you find out like 3 days later was the first disappearance by one of the tavern owners in town, and within 4 days, like a dozen people had died or gone missing, and the last entry was actually on the 24th of good month. So the 12th of good month, the mining catastrophe happened, and within 12 days, the last entry had been made, and a bunch of people had either died or just pulled up stakes and left town. That's how fast it was. But basically, the journal itself recounts the rescue efforts in the following days and how they had to stop searching because they were afraid of more cave-ins if they tried to remove any more rubble, even though there were miners missing. She again discussed about people going missing in the night and how she felt helpless, but she had to stay on because she was a mayor and had to project strength. And then come to find out that her wife and their 2 children, Tavin and Nia. She got them to evacuate town along with the last remaining Grossmilden child. So Tavin and Leah, or Nia, I mean, Nia. Tavin and Nia are the mayor's children. And they escaped along with the mayor's wife to Vostren, and apparently there was one Grossmilden child who remained, and because the mayors were friends with the miners and those that ran the mine, the mayor took this last child, and she doesn't give a name, but she just says the Grossmilden girl is the last. Her family is gone, so we have taken her on, and I'm sending her with Tavin, Tifra, and Nia to Vostren. So apparently, after all the Grossmildens had died or left, because we know that Veldrin Grossmilden was a boy, and he left, and he became the runner of the mines, the silent caves that you guys were in. So that's how this whole thing got you guys here. So we know that Veldrin Grossmilden left, and then apparently he had a sister or a relative who was a Grossmilden, who also left, but that girl left with the mayor's family when the mayor evacuated his family to send them to Vostren. So does that make sense on everything I said? Anybody have any questions about sort of how that all worked?
Nope.
Nope, you don't understand it, or nope, there's no questions?
No questions.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right.
I think they dug too deep and released these mean lock things on themselves.
So the other thing is as you recall, the Meanlock lore was that when there's a heavy amount of fear, they tend to gravitate to that, and they get pulled across from the Feywild into the prime material. And it definitely seems like this collapsing of the mine put the town on edge, caused a lot of fear and panic to go on, which is quite possible what brought them here. Or you are correct, it could be that they dug in and they sprung these things, but these things are typically from the Feywild, so it would also stand to reason
If
that
I
they could.
recall, you said they come through when the borders are thin.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, there could be a thin border, maybe a certain time of the year, maybe just due to the location in the worlds, the border between the Feywild and the prime material is thin enough that a catastrophic event could bring them across. And even if only one came across, one
The
makes
rest would
two,
follow.
two make four, four
Yeah.
make eight, eight make 16.
Tarikus,
Yes.
would a mass death weaken the border between the prime material and wherever the dead go?
I don't know. I'm not.
Roll, roll a religion check.
Let me think.
Let me put my apple down and figure out where to click the dice.
Doesn't proficiency give me advantage?
Why? No, it does not give you advantage.
Oh, it
Proficiency
gives you
does not
a
give you
bonus.
advantage. That only allows you to add your proficiency bonus to it, which it'll
Oh.
automatically do if you click on it. But you know that more than likely it is not a catastrophic event, although a catastrophic event could draw the attention of such creatures. More than likely the layer between here and there was already thin for some reason, whether it is mere location, certain times of the year, at certain places in the world. The borders become thin between ours and other worlds, so it's more than likely what happened was, because the catastrophic event happened, a lot of fear was going on, particularly with the miners, I would imagine. And the miners, their were so afraid that it just attracted these meanlocks, and some or one or however many crossed over between their world and ours, and then started harassing people here with their psychic blasts on people to beat them down and cause more fear, and eventually the psychic damage is to the point where people just expire, and then they are then become meanlocks after that. So that's probably closer to the series of events than the event itself caused the thinning of the wall.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I appreciate everybody out there in the interwebs land hanging out with us as we try to stumble our way through to figure out how to fix this mess, or at least figure this mess out. But we do know now that one of the Grossmilden children was a girl who left with the Duzevin family and went to Vostrin to escape.
So I rolled earlier for a look to the library. Was that roll pretty much told me that there's nothing else here? You want me to roll again?
No, you actually do find ledgers regarding civil events, births, marriages, etc. Although there are religious events as well, they're also considered civil events. So you do find ledgers from back then that date back probably 60, 70 years prior to the event. So we're talking the mid to a little late 400s all the way into the 500s. This town had been a mining community. So you find basically a historical ledger that sort of details some of the births and deaths and marriages, etc., etc.
Alrighty, so I got some of this stuff here, and we pretty much knows what happened. So now we have to do is just find this. Oh, does it have? It has birth records. I'm going to find the youngest Gross Milden.
Okay.
On the list, that would be a female.
Okay.
Probably. Yeah.
So as you're going through, you realize that Bathus and Sira Grossmilden were husband and wife. They had 4 children. They had Lena, they had Artur, they had Veldrin, and they had Crystal.
All right.
And you actually see that late, very, very late, some of the last entries were that Bathus, Sira, Lena, and Artur were all laid to rest within a few days of each other. No word about Crystal or anything. And no word about Veldrin either. So both of those two apparently lived.
Alright, I got one more. I'm gonna look through, and I'm gonna look for names of people that they never actually buried but went missing. I want to get a tally of how many went missing.
Okay. Without giving you all the names, because I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, I'm just looking for a number.
There were 37 people went missing that they never buried, and they buried another 20.
Okay, so I found, I think, Milden. I bet. Okay, I don't know how much that cut off. I think I found the Gross Milden that's alive. Her name is Crystal. I also know that they
now, just recall. Hang on. Just recall. This was in common year 506.
Yes.
Crystal would have been 3 years old then.
Yep.
Okay. And that was 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So she potentially could be 83 if she's still alive.
Yeah, but it gives us something to go off of, like I can who is Crystal's children, etc., etc.
Yep.
And this town never buried 37 of their missing. So any number of those 37 could be Meanlocks, if that is the driving force that killed the town.
What to do? What to do?
I'm almost tempted to say we should go check out the mine.
Check out the mine. Well, tell you what, I don't feel comfortable going somewhere that's dark and with the possibility of 5-6 times our number possibly trying to kill us. But we do know what the danger here is and why folks disappear, so it is possible we might be able to get help to clear out the town and hopefully maybe restore the town later.
Well, as I see it, we might be walking into a fight in the mine, but how far away is the nearest settlement if we had to leave?
3 days.
Vustron.
How far away is that?
Vostron was 3 days ride.
Well, what I would recommend if we did leave to go to Vostron is get more light sources. I doubt they'll have magic items for that sort of thing, but at least torches to line our paths on our way.
A lantern and some oil would do wonders for that.
Yeah, because I'm assuming if we go into the mine without lighting it properly behind us, they could just all teleport behind us, and that would be a bigger problem.
Yes, probably. Alright. It's probably getting pretty late now, isn't it?
It is getting late. It's basically almost dark. The shadows, there's still a little bit of light casting long shadows, but for the most part, you guys have only been here for 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours at most since you came to town. So the sun is definitely gone behind the mountains to the west, and it's what 5:30, 6 o'clock. So still a little bit of stray light coming across the tops of the mountains, but for the most part in the valleys where you're at and stuff, it is dark.
We should get down and hunker down for the night. They might come after us again.
All right. Well, we should keep watch then.
Okay, so you guys are gonna go back downstairs?
Yeah.
Might as well read some of these books since we're staying the night.
Okay. Most of the books that you find in that library, that you have somebody read to you.
Listen, if we're going to get this way, and I know there's not that much relevant information in this library, let's get the interesting question. Is there any romance novels in this shelf?
Go ahead and give me a investigation check, sir.
Jesus. Watch me crit Corvus. You know how it is with rolling bots in this.
Hey, this isn't Roll'em, okay?
This is roll.
This is not Roll'em.
You said investigation?
Yeah.
No, it's only 12, I think.
So you find there are actually fiction books, and one that catches your attention is a book called Dwarven Ales: A Cautionary Tale. And the way that it's spelled is ales, A-L-E-S. So you're thinking, oh, this is a book about beer or whatever. And come to find out that it's a play on words about a drunken dwarf who falls in love with an elf. And
what a shame. What a scandal.
It is a cautionary tale about how much drink a dwarf should have. So it is a fiction story. Call it romance if you will, but this dwarf gets drunk and becomes smitten with an elf, and it's basically the Romeo and Juliet of elves and dwarves. You also find so again, that's called Dwarven. I'm gonna actually put this in it when we get the thing. I'm actually gonna put that in the Discord for anybody that actually. Let me put it in. I'm gonna put it in Discord and the chat just because that's just how I roll.
Perrenland loot.
Hey, how come my mods guys aren't bouncing my people out there? Let's go here, and we're going to... No, we're not going to rely. Well, I'll let one of you guys do it. That person needs to be
Tesco
bounced.
25.
Yep, Tesco 25.
Awesome. Welcome to the club.
Yep. Let's go ahead and bounce them. Bounce them. Let's see. I'm going to put this in Discord just under the Perrenland loot. As you find, like I said, you find that book, and you also find a book called Fields of Glory that's kind of more your style. It's not about dwarves per se, but it is about the early history and a lot of the battles and combats and stuff that happened between the early Perrenland nations as well as the nomads to the north. So like the wolf and tiger nomads, as they come sneaking down in to try to raid the lands and stuff, there were a lot of conflicts and border skirmishes and stuff like that. And so Fields of Glory is sort of a historical fiction that tells a tale of a group of individuals, friends that grow up and they all go off and fight wars together and stuff, and it's just sort of one of those type of stories, right? So those are probably the two that might catch your eye the most. Other than that, most of them have to deal with there are some mining books that might interest you a little bit, that talk a little bit about minerals, different ore grades, etc., etc. Particularly, you see that they were very interested in gold and platinum. Says apparently the mines they worked on did do gold and platinum, which is surprising because most of Perrenland is known for its copper mines. So having mines dealing in platinum and other coin is definitely an interesting thing. And so again, those are sort of some of the ones that anyway, sorry. I was doing my mod's job. Gotta go ban somebody. Ban hammer. So, that being said, that's basically the gist of what you find, Ragnar. Is there anything else specifically you might want to look for?
Not really. I'll
Okay.
just be interesting myself with these old tales of the old world.
Okay. Absolutely. You actually find some very interesting stuff, particularly in the sort of just perusing through the stories of the tales of the combat and stuff like that. Even though they had skirmishes along the Perrenland border and up farther north, you actually get to hear a little bit of detail on what's on the other side of the plains, up in the Burniel Forest and the Land of Black Ice and Blackmore, which is a country to the north, etc. It's very, very wildernessly Arctic sort of northern world and stuff, and it's sort of interesting read. There's not dwarves aren't really there. It's mostly human centric. But they have apparently strange pygmies that live up there. They have all kinds of weird creatures that live out in the Land of Black Ice, which is, you know, weird in and of itself, because north you think snow, but this is a whole tundra of nothing but black ice, and people have wondered for centuries what causes the black ice, etc. So a lot of interesting things that sort of pick the imagination on, hey, I wonder what's up there, what treasures can be found, etc., etc. So anyway, interesting tales that come from that area. And you guys actually know an individual from that region. He now is the mayor, or not mayor, but the sheriff of Christchurch, for Frarth Bearhorn. You guys know he's from Blackmore, and he's a really big, burly mountain man of a guy. And so it's interesting to sort of put where he comes from to a face and what the people might be like up there. So interesting to say the least. But food for thought should you ever want to go up and adventure in that region. Other than that, it's fairly mundane type of stuff.
I was actually going to ask something that's probably not here now that I thought about it.
Okay.
These are older records, like from about 80 so years ago.
Correct.
So it's not really information that anyone would have been able to have seen in this library in quite a long time. Is there any mention of like? Is there any text that mention the Drow even as like children fairy tale like monsters?
Go ahead and give me another investigation check, a little bit higher DC, because those tales are typically
I was
not
wondering,
told.
since this is like an
Yeah.
isolated settlement, they might have had some record that just never got
Yeah,
into circulation.
yeah, quite fine with you.
18.
Yeah, absolutely, nicely done. So searching through, you do find a book that of fairy tales that talks about a war between elves, and there were those who wanted to, subjugate everything around them, and those that just wanted to live in harmony. And they had this great elf war, and some of the elves were literally driven underground. And legend says that because they were underground for so long, their skin become as black as night, and they worshiped the evil gods, etc., etc. But nothing like is more in the lines of a fairy tale, Red Riding Hood and all that jazz, right? Nothing that you would take as being nonfiction.
Useful?
Or I wouldn't say useful, because it you don't know much about elves, and it's interesting to know that there was a great war centuries ago, that the elves were split in two, and some of them went deep underground, and and now apparently they appear. But
I mean, it does give good context that, the local elven nations might be having a problem right now.
right, yeah, exactly. It's quite possible if they find out that there are dark elves that are appearing in this area. Right on the other side of the mountains is the Great Forest, and there are and that's literally High Folk is right on the other side of the mountains, and High Folk is a center of an elven nation, right? And the whole forest and stuff that protects Perrenland from Ayus is all nothing but elven forest and stuff. So it's I'm sure that if there are dark elves appearing, they would want to know, or if they don't already know.
I'm just like sitting there with probably. I was about to say Tariq, but that's not. I don't think that's not his name.
Tariqus.
Tariqus.
Wake up,
Probably
Tariqus.
Tariqus is
They're
reading
talking about you.
I'm here. I'm listening.
You don't have to listen. You just need to read. As we're like, as I'm having him read to me, I look over to Nilo and I'm saying, Nilo.
Yes.
I think. Well, based on what I found out in this book, I did not know this, but the Drow apparently have a very long history with the elves. Not just the fact they're probably originally from them, they were in a big civil war not very long ago.
Okay, so Sean, I was raised by an elven tribe.
Okay.
How much would the elven tribe would have taught their young about the Drow, or would they have tried to hide it?
I think that it's stuff that the elders would know about. Nothing really taught about, other than there are evil elves that will that could literally come from the ground to swallow you up, etc., etc. So,
Well, my parents always told me about evil elves that can rise from the ground to eat us.
Well,
Most of the elven children were afraid of them, not so much me, but I was born from different parents than the ones that raised me.
So you don't know that much about them.
No, the ones that Mo would have known would have been the elders, not the young.
Well, what's young for an elf? Is that like 100, or is that like?
Oh yes, actually, an elf reaches adulthood by around the
I'm not talking about
100.
maturity. I'm like, when are they
No,
considered
adulthood.
adults?
They're adulthood around 100. Though they reach maturity much before that. They take a while to learn everything. They got the while to do it.
From what I'm gathering, is we just woke up one of their biggest enemies, and not a lot of them know that much about them. This could be a problem if they decide to attack the nation across the mountain range.
It could be a problem. Yes, yes, you are right. It could also be a problem for us too. However, we could also have just left the totem in one piece and allowed it to be used again.
I mean, to be fair, I'd had no impact on that decision. I was trying to talk with that fucker that was trying to mislead us. I don't know
That
who decided that real quick. But apparently,
actually, the what you were trying to talk to was just an apparition. It was not the real being. It had preset responses based on what you said. It was all written in the spell matrix.
then couldn't we have recovered that?
Not really, no.
No? Damn. Um, well,
It
I
was
think we
probably
should at
tied.
least try to get a message out to the Elven Kingdom that they might be having a problem soon.
I will contact my clan and see what they can do.
Yeah, because the last thing they need is, I mean, right now it's more of a situation that the Drow have the element of surprise, and they're pretty strong based on what we figured out in their history. Getting caught with your pants down is going to get the elves wrecked, and as sick as it makes me to be helping them, I mean, I don't want an entire kingdom to fall.
Of course not. Appreciated. I will do what I can to contact my clan and hopefully they can do the more.
Yes.
Alright, now
Outside
Yeah.
of that,
What he said.
I got some funny to show you guys. Watch Nilo. It has rebound physics, but it only works going left.
Talk about. Oh, yeah.
oh,
It only
runs
works
into the
going
wall.
left, but
Runs
it
into the
bounces
wall.
off the wall.
It's awesome.
I don't know what it is, but
You
that's
suffer
fun.
1 hit point of
Oh
bludgeoning
no!
damage.
Come on.
you just ran into the wall. What'd you?
That's just saying. Just saying. All right. So you guys, you've found some interesting books to sort of flip your way through during the night. I'm assuming I put these up as torches, but basically you guys now have some light by the way of the fireplaces and stuff. Except for the northwest corner because it's collapsed upstairs and you don't want to send smoke upstairs. So your guys have elected to do the other rooms and whatnot. So what do we want to do for the rest of the night? It is dark. It is nighttime. We can take a long rest. We can take short rest. What do we want to do?
I think if we're taking a long rest, we still need a, watch order.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I say we take a long rest in one of the rooms with the fireplaces with everyone present.
Okay.
It's
I'll
probably
take first watch.
Probably just get. You said that was like a meeting hall we were in.
Yeah, so the southwestern one is a meeting hall. There's a bunch of chairs facing a podium. There's a couple bookcases in there as well as the fireplace and windows overlooking the front yard. The other rooms are a kitchen, a meeting room, and a parlor.
The windows can be closed, right? To where there's nothing that can look through.
No, they're not. They cannot. The
They
curtains
cannot
have long
be
since
closed.
the curtains have long since rotted and fallen away on all the windows, so you can see outside. If somebody were to come up and look inside, they would be able to see inside as well.
You just put a blanket over it.
Yeah, we could
okay.
probably,
So if you wanted to do that, you could probably rig a way to put a blanket over it. Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna rig up a cover for these because what I read is if they can see it, they can go there.
Okay.
So we don't want them trying to slip through the windows if they're patrolling out there.
Okay. All right. So, you guys gonna take our long? Y'all gonna stay in the same room, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
Safer to stay in the bright ass room.
Okay. All right. So you guys move stuff around, give yourself enough room to kind of hang out and whatnot. Y'all cram into this little teeny tiny room, but that's fine.
Just stack the chairs up.
First of all, let me. I have to check my notes on something for our long rest. First of all, as a reminder, it's hard to do long rest for us because I should have noted this before. The way we do our long rest, at the end of a long rest, you recover hit points equal to half their hit dice, rounded up. So if you're 5th level, what level are you guys? 4th level, right? Or 3rd level? 4th level.
4th.
Yeah, 4th.
Yep. So you guys, instead of getting all of your hit points back, you would roll 2 of your hit dice to get your hit points back, plus your Constitution modifiers. Right? So instead of getting all your hit points back, you would roll whatever die roll is for your hit dice. Normally, like you do for a short rest, right? Is what you would do. Right? So I just want to make sure that we remember that. Instead of doing it, but you get everything else back, right? You get your full spells back, you get your full abilities back, etc. It's just hit points only go up at the speed of a short rest.
Get your dog back, your house back,
get your dog back, your house back, etc. Yep. So anybody that is down hit points, make sure that when you do a long rest, you get 2 hit dice plus whatever your
Dorikus, you mind making sure that Desmond's all patched up before we go to bed?
I should be once we rest for the night.
Sure. I'll cast Cure Light Wounds.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
Or Cure Wounds, sorry.
Yeah. Just go ahead and roll.
Yeah, wrong game there.
It's alright. We're fine. Go ahead and roll thy spell. You alright? There we go. Ooh. Wow. How did it get 8?
From life domain, plus my level.
Oh, nice. So you get 8 hit points back. I forgot. He rolls a 1 and still gives you 8 hit points back. You're the only one that was wounded, right, Desmond?
Yeah, I was the only one hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I believe you lost 7 hit points too from that attack.
yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a. I wonder can we do it on the character sheets here? I always forget if we can. If you can do a long rest on.
Yeah, but we resets your health too.
Yeah, but that's fine because now everybody's max health. Like I said, you can still do a long rest and then just put your hit points back to where they were. There we are. So we are going to go. Yeah. So if you can see when you open up your character sheet underneath hit dice, there's a S rest and an L rest. So just click wrong rest. We do a rest. He takes a long rest.
Oh, I was hurt.
Yeah, it's okay. 2 hit points doesn't matter. You would get that with your 2 dice anyway, so that's fine. So I just need the other 2. Ragnar, I need you and Desmond to go ahead and do your long rest.
I haven't done anything yet.
That's okay. I still would rather have you run through it. So.
Oh, do I just click something?
Yeah, you hit 2d10 plus 2. Not sure what it was.
So we're here for
go.
a week. Alrighty.
Yeah. No. That's yeah, I don't have to worry about that. And the Ragnar went, so the last one would be.
Yeah, I missed how to do that.
Yeah, so if you open up your character sheet, underneath hit dice, there's a S rest and an L rest.
Okay, looking for it. There it is.
Yep. You just have to click on it and it'll roll though. Cool. Yeah, it
Yep.
says you recovered 7. It doesn't matter. You already had them, but all right, cool.
Right.
Now that we've done that, I need everybody to give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
I'm not gonna hear nothing.
Fabrice critical fail. Whoosha.
It was bound to happen.
Yep. Hey. Tarikas, nicely done. And last but not least, nicely done. So, you guys set your watches. You...
Pavisco sets alarm spells.
Pavisco sets his alarm spells. Let me go ahead. Oh, he does it
All
as a
of
ritual. He does as a ritual, yep. As he spends an hour or so preparing and getting the evening ready, you guys drift into your various states of sleep when you're not on watch. Your dreams are fitful. There are things that run through your mind that you had hoped you would never have to deal with again. Things from your various pasts. From times in the war, watching friends bleed out, unable to do anything for them. Demons and other horrendous creatures rending through you, rending through your friends, rending through your fellow comrades at arms. Things when you were growing up, the bullies that you had to deal with, or the adults who used to pick on you, your dreams the entire night. You rouse yourself and you go back to sleep, and you rouse yourself and you go back to sleep because so, I don't know, so intimate and so unnerving are these dreams that you would literally find a way to force yourself awake than to have to deal with it for one more second. At last the day breaks, and you feel that you really didn't sleep as well as you had hoped. Your bodies ache. Even the fireplace, although you've kept the fire stoked and you've kept the rooms bright, it still feels as if there's a chill in the air as we now come into the 8th day. Okay. Cold even 7, yeah. 2. Alright, why is this not letting me do the calendar? We'll just do this. As we go to the next day. As the temperature is cold and the wind blows and you can see the dark clouds rolling in, you can see what looks to be the beginnings of a storm brewing as a light, sort of a misty sleet begins to fall, pattering on the roof above. Your eyes are bleary as you wake up and you sit up. Ragnar, you feel that the dreams that you relived of your time in the battle pits, the friends that you lost in the war, the time when you lost your eyes, things that sting, even though you've repressed them down, they still bring a little tightness to your throat. And unfortunately, you did not get the sleep that you really wanted, and you are now suffering from one level of exhaustion.
Dang. And I thought I was...
As sturdy and as hardy as you are, as the times in the woods, how much you love being outside, the creatures and some of the things that you have seen and borne witness to seem to be magnified 1,000 times in your dreams, and you awake also to one level of exhaustion. Paviskro, you aren't sure what he went through, but he woke up several times screaming in the night, clutching at whatever it was that was attacking him in his dreams, only to fall asleep and relive what seemed to be the same dream again. And when he wakes up screaming for the last time, his eyes are bleary red and he is sunken cheeks and very, very pale looking as he looks around each of you. You could see the dark circles in the bloodshot eyes. He got almost no sleep, if any at all. And he suffers from 2 levels of exhaustion.
Alright, well, I'm gonna help him get some good sleep. I'm gonna knock him out. No. Hey, he won't have nightmares if he's unconscious.
This is true.
Okay, he might have nightmares, but he'll sleep.
Fortunately, Eurekas and Nilo, though, suffer through dreams that you did. They weren't quite as bad as others have had, and you managed to fend off whatever evil demons that they are that were attacking you in your sleep, and you awake refreshed and ready to take on a new day. But like I said,
I didn't have time for no bad dreams. That's just gonna come in. I'm like, no, we're not dealing with that. Give me dreams a second dinner.
Yep. So if you did not know, if you open up your character sheet, on the right hand side you can see there's death saves, there's exhaustion, and there's inspiration. You can see exhaustion. You just need to put one level of it. Just put a 1 in there or a 2 or whatever it is for your exhaustion. And I'm hoping that it will automatically affect your rolls when you roll. I'm going to do a test roll for Probisco just to see. I go to his inventory and I just go to a light hammer. Yeah, nope. Yep, -1 plus 2. Why is there a -1? I have to look at this for a second. I don't know if it's because of his strength. Yeah, that's why. It's his strength and then his proficiency. So he should be actually at 2 levels of exhaustion. I don't know why it's not affecting, but it should. Whatever the exhaustion does. I thought it would, yeah, it's not going to show anything on here. I thought that if you did 2 levels of exhaustion there, it would know to, like, roll at disadvantage, etc., 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 but we'll figure that out as we go. So, anyway, so Ragnar and Desmond are suffering from 1 level of exhaustion. Perviskro is suffering from 2 due to his critical failure. As you guys awake, and again, it is now the 8th day of the month. The weather outside is frightening. Now, there is a light, sort of sleety rain that begins early in the morning as the sun comes up. And you can already tell it's going to be a crap day just from the fact that it's cold outside. The temperature itself being somewhere between 15 and 30 degrees. You guys awake, have your breakfast, and decide what you want to do with your day. What are we going to do? Anybody? Bueller?
Time to push them out of the bed. I assume we're heading back. We're heading out to that was mentioned.
You guys are going back to Vostrin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all we can do.
It's only been around 70 some years. It's possible either the family line expanded or she might still be alive outright.
Yeah, going back to Vostron is the best bet because we can either find the mother, find the dog, find the child, find Crystal. Or we can find Crystal's child, one of the two, or find the grave of, or find the final grave of the Gross Milton. If that's the worst case scenario, returning the ring there should be all we have to do.
Okay. All right. So. Oops. As you guys now find yourselves back on the road, heading back to Vostra. And this is a 3-day trip. As you guys get ready to head back to town, I shall need an experienced woodsman to give me a nature or a survival check in order to make the way down. Natural 20. Nicely done. Nicely
You said
done.
you wanted experienced.
I do want experienced. And because of that natural 20, I am going to say that you successfully brought the troops home. Oh, so close. God, I could have had that one. As you successfully bring your troops down out of the mountains 3 days later, on the 11th, I got to keep track of this, on the 11th day of Cold Even, the weather has been following you guys. There was a little bit of a rain for the first couple of days of your travel, but the last day it has begun to clear up and warm up slightly, but unfortunately this massive cold front followed by this warmth has caused a hideously thick fog to follow you guys on your last day into town.
Sean.
Yep.
I come to this game, right, to get away from Florida.
Okay.
Don't put Florida back in the game.
Too bad. So sad.
Cold front,
this is how we roll.
rain, and humidity.
Yes.
That was the past 2 weeks.
Yes. Hey, man, I just got off a spring break, dude, and it was we were only gone for 3 days, and it rained all 3 days, and we came out the 4th day, and it was freaking 78 degrees and sunny just after we left our resort. So I'm like, son of a bitch. So, hey, I'm with you, dude. I am with you. So, it takes you guys 3 days, but as I said, as you guys arrive at the walled village of Vostrin, you find yourselves in the midst of a thick fog, which is fine. You enter the gates in the morning as people are moving in and out, headed to the town square to sell their goods and whatnot. The air around here is much brighter and much nicer than the creepy woodland hills that you left from the village of Vermeulen. You arrive once again back in the village. There are a couple of taverns in inns, but the one which you managed to enter last time was a place called the Bored Weasel. It's sort of this mid-range tavern. Sits like 40 or so people, has some small bedrooms and stuff available. And that's the same place that you guys stayed when you were here before, and where you met Lucas Grosvenor. And he was the one.
Bread Applebee's.
Right. And Lucas Grosvenor was the one who asked you to find his wife's grave and lay the flowers upon it. And as you arrive, he sees you and was like, "Hey there, I sees you make it back. You find the place that we was looking for?"
Yes.
He waves to you. Did you find my Lorna's? Did you find my Lorna's grave? Did you put the flowers as I asked?
Yes.
Sir, we did.
Oh, I cannot. What about the locket? Did you find the locket?
No.
Oh,
We could go back
probably
for it.
Probably some. Wow, it ain't worth that much. It's just it. It's just the last thing I had of hers before we laid to rest.
I knew
I
I
was
was
kind of
forgetting
hoping.
something. Actually, we think we found what the problem is, and if everything goes right, we might be able to get enough Might be able to get some soldiers together and clear it out.
Oh, that would be incredible. I don't think I'll ever be going back there, but I can appreciate everything that you've done for me. Thank you, sirs. Let me buy you a drink and a dinner on the house. As he calls one of the servers over and orders them to bring you guys your drink and your dinner. So what do we wish to do? We going to spend the night here, or because it is, as you guys arrive, it is late. As
I say we
always.
stay here.
I'm gonna look for the lady who sold the flowers.
So she was out in the market square.
Yeah.
The market square is closed as of sundown. So there are no shops open in the square. There's still some shops that have physical buildings in the town that are still open just as the sun's going down, but the marketplace itself usually shuts down prior to sundown, and by the time sundown hits, everybody's gone.
Damn. Oh well. Alright, never mind. I'm gonna go eat dinner and go to sleep.
Okay. In the meantime, everybody has recovered, by the way, from their exhaustion as they got their full night's sleep. So you said you're gonna go to sleep, Nilo?
Probably gonna grab food, socialize with folks, go to sleep. Usual.
Okay. All right, everybody deduct 2 silver pieces for your night's stay. And of course, dinner is free, as I said, as Lucas, he purchases it for you. So, you guys have arrived. You receive your lodgings for the night. Once again, as you go to your rooms and lay your heads into the soft pillows, your minds begin to wander on what's next. The pillows here are soft, the mattresses are soft, the blankets are thick wool, and although the fireplaces help keep the cold out slightly, the cold outside still sort of filters in, so it's thankful that you have these thick blankets on these nice soft beds that Lucas has provided you here at the Board Weasel. The sun begins to stretch down. You finish your day's events down in the tavern, talking to other would-be revelers, most of them mining type folks or those who work hardy on the fields outside of town, because they are mostly rocky earth. It takes a lot to keep them up to grow the various vegetables and plants that they grow in this region, but mostly they're known for their mining, as various ores and various goods travel down out of the hills along the waterways, and then eventually all the way to Ordstrom and then on to Traft, lumber, etc. So there's a very blue-collar working community, an eclectic mix of dwarves and humans and half-elves, the occasional half-orc, as noted by Nilo. But you guys hit the sheets, as they say. Close your eyes. Imagine what you're going to do tomorrow. And as the sun goes down, so goes the curtain on the latest episode of Perrenland Adventures. I'd like to thank everybody who remained with us as long as they did. Hopefully you enjoyed a little bit of the exploration and discovery with the occasional, one-time combat that a few of our players managed to get themselves into. I appreciate everybody who has stayed with us. Players, as always, I appreciate you being able to make it and stick with it to late on a Friday night. Even Monkey, who I think I heard starting to snore a little bit there one time, but then he snapped back and came to us.
No, I was snoring. I was here.
But I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Hopefully you'll be able to make it next time. Don't forget, We are here every Monday night, so we're going to be here this upcoming Monday for our 1E1 shots, our first edition of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, of which Monkey is also a part, so hopefully you can come enjoy his tomfoolery on Monday. And then, of course, we play this game every other Friday, which means, not next Friday, but the Friday after we will be back. Hopefully you guys will be back with us. We're going to shift over now into the after party. For those that don't know, after every game, we like to go in and just sort of hang out in the after party. We like to just shoot the shit and hang out and talk shop for at least a little while. Number one, so we get our numbers up. So we like you guys to kind of hang out with us for a little while. And number two, because we like to hang out and shoot the breeze. For those that can, I know not everybody can because some folks have to work, but that is totally okay. So here we go. I'm going to shift to the after party. If you want to join us on the after party, you can do so. Just come to our Discord. The link is in our bio. If you go to the About page, there is a link there. There's also a link to a tip jar. I never really mentioned that early in the game, but if you're one of those people that doesn't want to have a recurring subscription to Twitch or whatever the case may be, just hit the tip jar or hit some cheers or whatever the case may be. It's just a one-time deal. As we have said, we don't do it for the money, but your support helps us keep things like our VTT running, helps us get upgrades to our equipment so we can kind of keep things rolling. If you haven't clicked the follower, please do so. We're like at 158, trying to get to 200. I was so happy to get to 100 now. I can't believe in that we're actually on the backside of 200 or 150 to get us to 200. So I'd appreciate it if you guys would click that follow button. You haven't already done so. Reach out or go out and tell your friends, coworkers, family members, let them know where we're at and what we do. Anyway, if you want to join us, just come to the join to the Discord, find the voice channels, look for the open channel, and then join us. And players, if you're going to join me, I'm going to be over there in 3, 2, 1, gone. And here I am over on the open channel. Hopefully you guys can join us. If you can't, I appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. Wasn't too bad. Wasn't as much of a shit show as it normally is, but it wasn't too bad at all. So had a couple snafus.
Normally.
I appreciate everybody out there, i.e. you, Agamrin. I appreciate you letting us know that nobody could hear the players because everybody's out there listening to me talk to myself, and it's like, yeah, there's no response from the players. Would have been nice to know that when we did our sound check, but apparently I didn't do the sound check correctly because it wasn't a true sound check. So appreciate the call outs there, Agamrin, man. You are my saver of life. Let me see if I'm going to put a little more light on my face here because I want to make sure everybody gets the full effect of this. Full effect. This is me. So yeah. So if you caught us early. Oh, by the way, any comments on tonight's game, guys? You did okay. Was it okay for you? I know there wasn't a lot of combat, but hopefully it kept you at least entertained with what was going on.
Listen, my dude, I didn't have any expectations when I started tending the fireplace. Now I found platinum. That was interesting. I wasn't sure if you intended for that.
I did intend for that. I did intend for if you guys were going to use the fireplaces and clean them out, that there was actually a chunk of platinum that was stuck there. And so that was intentional. Just Nilo didn't find it when she did a search, and then when you went and did the fireplace, I'm like, you know what, that's a given. You got to find that. So that was intentional. What was not intentional was trying to figure out books on the fly. So figuring out different books on the fly was not intended. But
did you see the comment I put in the chat about the dreams?
No, I did not.
Spartan loves coming up with names for everything, and he's pretty good at it. So like, or just overall entertaining. Perrenland campaign.
Yeah, I see it right now. Parviskro reliving the dragon attack. Yeah, that's probably about what it was too. It's probably what it
reliving the
was too.
party's adventure.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd say that this is probably Desmond's worst point in his life is this group easily. Normally, I hang out with you guys for the rest of the night, but I'm gonna go. I got things to do.
All
But
right,
it
dude.
was
Well, I
fun.
appreciate you. Appreciate you
Yep.
hanging out, man. We'll see you next time.
Y'all have a good night. Stay safe now.
Yep. Agamrin, you should know by now that you are our go-to guy, man. So I appreciate whatever amount of time you spend with us, man. I think that you spend more time on our stream than I do. And that's saying a lot because I'm like always offline and shit. So, and I missed TL. I missed Desmond saying goodnight. So good night, Desmond. But yeah, we're gonna hang out here for a little bit. Hopefully, you guys can stay with us. See who's out there that we might want to go and raid. So let's take a look and see who's out there right now. Oh man, there's a bunch of folks out there. Holy cow. But you know who I gotta show the love to, man. How many has she got? So Darling's got 19. Zion's got 27. Wow. Greg Hansen's got 5. Cave G's got 7. Vancouver by Night's got 7. Wicked Studios got 15. Man, we should do Wicked Studios. Haven't done that in a while, but I really like Darling. Yeah, I know you're lurking, man. I appreciate it. We do, man. We definitely appreciate all the love that you guys give us. So we are trying hard. We're one person at a time, man. One person at a time. Trying to save up so I can get my HD camera. Yeah, Darling is a good show, man. She got a lot of good stuff too. That's what I should probably do. Is I should probably do more variety type stream. But I like the D&D stuff, but I just can't find the time, right? So I am being blessed to have a wife that allows me to do this twice a week. Well, I say twice a week, but basically it's once and twice a week, every other week. So I am blessed that she says, go ahead. So if I was to take more time, she would kill me. So the only time I've really thought that I can do, and I've thought about this a lot, I just haven't put anything together because I just get sidetracked with so much other crap, is just an hour, like over my lunch break or something, just do a stream, like a 1 hour stream during the day. Just pop in there and some topic, right? Oh, let's, like today I was showing, if you showed up prior to us going live for the stream, I went live really early because I was playing around with some new layouts. And so I have this add-on, an owned TV Pro add-on to my OBS. And so I can just go there and I can pull down themes. And so I'm looking at a whole bunch of different themes and their alerts and all that stuff. And I wanted to be able to kind of consolidate my two streams. So if you follow both of our streams, you know I have two different themes, one for 1v1 shots, which I really like the one for 1v1 shots, but then there's this one for this game. And so they're two different ones, and so I'm really thinking about getting something a little more professional looking. Although these are all professional layouts and all that good stuff, I'm really thinking about just consolidating them two into one. And so I'm looking at pulling down a theme that I really like, and I'm just going to go with it, because what I can do then is I can just create one scene for like opening, one scene for intermission, one scene for ending and all that. It's just the in-game stream I would have to change. I would have to have two different ones. I'd have to have in-game for Perrenland, I'd have to have in-game for 1v1 shots. And I'm debating on doing that because I really think that I want to redo the stream as far as branding and whatnot. I just don't know what to do, right? So I don't know about a stream name yet. So I'm really thinking about, because I can go in and I can change the stream name. I can do things, you know, I'd have to go in and change Twitter and all that shit. So I'd have to get that all figured out, but really thinking about the rebranding and how that's going to go. But it's a work in progress. It's just I get so sidetracked with a lot of stuff I have. Like last night, I didn't have to, but I was working till like 9 o'clock last night. Just because I got a lot of stuff going on, and so I just told the wife, I said, you know what, I had a sort of a hiccup during the middle of the day at work, and we had a bunch of issues, and I had to get all that taken care of, and so then I had to work late trying to play catch up with what I wanted to get done. It wasn't that I needed to, but it's stuff I wanted to get done. So yeah, man. So anyway, if anybody out there has ideas for stream names and stuff, there are. I mean, I'm really interested to hear. So I've just kind of tossed around some in my head, but the thing is, I'm gonna have to go and check to see are any of those names taken. I don't know if they're taken or not. So we're gonna have to figure out if they're taken. So anyway, what do I want to talk about? Anybody out there left in the world besides me and Agamrin? I know Agamrin kind of hangs out with us a lot because he has no life like we do. I don't know why you're not like a moderator on my stream, Agamrin. You really should be. You're here often enough. I need somebody. My moderators tonight failed me. I cannot believe they failed me. Now, it doesn't have to be Greyhawk-based names, and the reason I say that, Agamrin, is because I picked Perrenland Adventures originally because that's where my campaign was going to be set, right? And I'm thinking, okay, that's going to be fine. And I know it's dumb looking forward, but what if for some reason our stream suddenly got popular like Jay, right? I don't know why, but maybe it will. Maybe it starts becoming popular like Jay. And then all of a sudden I have people that matter say, why do you have the name Perrenland? That's a copyrighted name for the Greyhawk Mythu, and you have to get rid of it because that's branded by TSR. And I was like, I really don't want to go through that crap. And being a small, super small fish like we are, nobody's paying us any mind. But if we were to get any kind of popular, so I'm just trying to think, what can I do that I could have a stream name? I still want to do, it's still going to be Greyhawk based content. It's not that I'm going to create my own world and all that. It's still all going to be within Greyhawk. But they can't stop you from doing that. If like, hey, we're using your licensed stuff. We're just, we're not branding off of it. I'm not making money off of it, etc. Which I am now. I'm making money off the name Perrenland, although it's nothing. It's like, it's a couple pennies every other month. But still, I'm making a little bit of coin off it, and I don't want somebody to come back and say, you owe us royalties for that name. Ah, crap, here we go. So anyway, I was just kind of thinking, what I'm going to change it to, and then, of course, I have to advertise it to get everybody out there. And I think Twitch will let me change the name without doing too much. So I would change it. I would probably get a whole new email on it and just shut down my other email, my Perrenland Adventures email. Shut that down. So anyway, that's some things that we have going on. But I'm kind of excited by it, right? So things like some of my players are now saying that they may be open to getting on camera. What about that? That would be kind of cool. And even if they're not on camera, we can put a camera there for them, and they don't have to be on camera. They can just have the camera there. It'd be kind of cool, because I think you get a little bit more involvement with people when they come and actually see the actual players playing and talking and stuff. So I think that's kind of fun. But I think what we do now works. So what I would do is I would do very similar. I think it's on this stream. I'm going to shift over really quick to the in-game stream. No, it's not this one. It's our 1E game. So I lied. On a 1E game, if you look at my camera, there is a little there's a little mini me where I am, right? So yeah, Perviscro is AWOL in the sense that he has to work early in the morning, and so he can't stay up late tonight to play, and so I don't know how soon he's going to be back, but I know that he doesn't want to drop the game. It's just that he's trying to get his work schedule set and stuff. So yeah, he's the one that I lost in my 1E game. So he plays Arthur, a magic user in that game. So I'm playing Arthur now as an NPC. Hopefully, though, knock on wood, I'll get a replacement player. But as of right now, nobody has answered the call. So I have to put it back out there a couple times. Yeah, unfortunately, I am not going to move my game. Yeah. Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. He says he goes in. Oh, so to be honest, I'm not sure who he works for now. I'm pretty sure he's doing web stuff still, because that's what he does. He's a web guy. And so he's got a job and he's trying to get his schedule worked out, but whatever they do, he said he had to go in early, right? So, okay, he has to work early in the morning. So, like, for example, Figley, I bounced Figley off it because I think he could be Spider-Man. That could be it. But Figley, he works like on early in the mornings. That's his favorite shift anyway. Problem is that he opens early at the store on Saturdays, so he's like there at 3 in the morning. So he can't game until midnight and then expect to go to work at 3. I would not do that to him. Even though he's my son, and as his father, I probably have earned the right to beat him down in life like that, but I don't want to do that to him. So I'm kind of hoping that eventually his schedule will change and he can come back and join us, because I love Figley as a character. Figley is a good character. So anywho, let's we got a few people left out here, not a whole lot, but I appreciate everybody that's staying out with us during the after party. Looks like it's just me and Monkey out in Discord, as Spartan took off. Let me say goodbye to him. Good night, Spartan, i.e. Ragnar. Hopefully you will have a good weekend. And what I am going to do now is, I know we've only been here about 10 or 15 minutes, but I don't like talking to myself. There's no engagement back and forth. It's just not quite the same if I don't have people to talk to. Agamrin notwithstanding, because Agamrin's always responsive to us because he is a true dedicated gamer. He has no life, so he comes here and supports us, and we appreciate every bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find somebody to raid. I'm going to have to raid her. I'm going to have to raid Darling, because Darling's out there, and I think Little Bones is out there too. But we're gonna have to bump up Darling a few. And yeah, Chad is slow response, exactly right. So all right, dude, so hopefully everybody will hang with us. We're going to go raid into Darling. I appreciate everybody that has hung with us to this very end. If you will give me just a minute to kind of set this up. Don't forget, as I said before, we're going to be here Monday at 7:30, same time, same channel. Hopefully you'll be able to join us for our first edition game, and then not next week, but the week after is the next episode of Perrenland Adventures. So let's see what we can do getting her some numbers up there. We can't give her a whole bunch of people, but we can give her a few. Looks like we got everybody that we're going. As I said before, in a world that you can be anything you want, all we ask is that you be kind, man. Talk to you guys later. Much love.